We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the Outer Marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, where we deep dive into trends shaping our world. Africa stands at a pivotal moment, a continent rich in culture, biodiversity, and natural beauty, yet grappling with one of the most pressing challenges, youth unemployment. With over 60% of Africa's population under the age of 25, unlocking economic opportunities for this demographic is not just urgent, it is essential. Today, we will turn our attention to a powerful but often underutilized solution, sustainable tourism. Tourism, when done right, is more than sightseeing. It is a vehicle for inclusive development, environmental preservation, and cultural exchange. In countries like Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, and Rwanda, tourism has already proven its potential to generate revenue, create jobs, and empower local communities. But the question remains, how can Africa as a whole build a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable tourism sector, one that not only attracts visitors, but uplifts its youth? Hello and welcome to Just Africa. I am Olumide Shokoya. I have my co-anchor, Onyepriye Kumale. Happy New Week. Good morning.
Yes, Happy New Week to you. Good morning, Lagos. Good morning, Nigeria. It's great to be in your face again.
You know, I remember last week we were still talking about how tourism remains an untapped gold mine. That if done right, it would actually boost our gross domestic product for each nation. But, well.
Okay, so one of the it's very, very critical that tourism is actually one of the gold mines that we've not actually really tapped at the moment. However, I would say we're not doing badly, because I'm beginning to imagine if we're not doing badly in the sense that we've tapped a little bit yes, we've tasted it, and because of the fact that we have tasted it, we've come to see that there's potential in it. And for what is standing right in front of our face now is for us to, really jump in, deep dive, and, to put in all the effort to make it one of the core IGR for the government. If you look at Nigerian tourism and hospitality industry in the year 2022, our revenue generation was about $17.2 billion. And I was wondering how come we earned that in spite of all the criticism that is leveled against the government, in that they've not really, actually, pumped in money to that industry, and all the tourism sites in Nigeria and in Africa, in Nigeria in this case, we've not really tapped in it. The one that we have in Jos, in Plateau State, the ones we have, the waterfall we have in Osun State, and that's Ikogosi. Then we've not gone to other parts of the northern part of the country where we have this tourism site. And it's very, very disheartening. Now, if I make comparative analysis with Ghana, a Gold Coast, the government has put in place a specific economic policy pillars to make tourism a critical pillar of revenue generation in the country. Though in 2023, what they generated from tourism was quite meager compared to what Nigeria generated in 2022. Nigeria was about $17 billion, yes, like I said earlier on, while that of Ghana is about $2.3 or so billion. But even though it's that way, I've received reports that in Ghana, the government is really doing a lot. And, well, I don't want to just compare, because some of the indices are not comparable when you look at the population, the vastness of the country, and the way the government has pumped in money to that sector. I would really want to make critical, that's when we have our guests, to make critical exchange so that we can have highs spotted on the advantages, disadvantages, what the governments in each country can capitalize on, and probably go beyond Ghana and Nigeria to Rwanda, to most especially Kenya, because it's a key revenue generating pillar for the government of Kenya, Ethiopia, and some of the eastern countries in Africa.
All right, so today's conversation will explore how ecotourism, community-based tourism, digital innovation, creative storytelling, and policy reform can work together to position tourism as a panacea to youth unemployment. We'll also spotlight successful case studies, identify gaps, and propose forward-looking solutions to scale impact across the continent. Because in every local guide, craft maker, eco-lodge operator, or cultural performer lies not just a job, but the seed of transformed Africa. So on Just Africa today, we'll be looking at building sustainable tourism in Africa, a panacea to youth unemployment. Stick around, we'll go on a short break. And when we come back, we'll bring in our guest. Stay tuned.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souqnews TV.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Welcome back to Just Africa, and today we will be looking at building sustainable tourism in Africa, panacea to youth unemployment. We have a special guest in the studios this morning. He is Emmanuel Frimpong, founding president, Africa Tourism Research Network, ATRN. So glad to have you this morning. Welcome.
Glad to be here. Thank you. Good morning.
And, you know, the funniest thing is, I'm happy that you are here this morning because I've actually been to Ghana.
Oh,
yes, I've been there once, and I actually enjoyed the place. I enjoyed the
to
chocolates, and, you know, it's quite neat. And, yes, to some extent, tourism is really booming in that place.
Right.
So let's start off with this. How did Ghana get to where it is? Comparing Nigeria and Ghana, how did they get to that level whereby people, you know, want to go there? A lot of people want to go there for businesses and just tourism.
Well, thank you. Very good morning to cherished viewers and listeners, wherever you are listening to us from. It's great to be here. If you look at the history of Ghana and, of course, Nigeria, we have common history. But to zoom into the question about how Ghana developed its tourism, I would say it started with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our first president. If you look at the mindset of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, he believed so much in Pan-Africanism. So what he did was that he made it possible for people of African descent to have interest of visiting Africa. And of course, because he was a Ghanaian, the emphasis was also on Ghana. So many people began to look at Pan-Africanism. And of course, Ghana is a leading Pan-Africanist country. So people looked at coming to Ghana more. And then some few years ago, about 6 years ago, when we did the Year of Return 2019, where Ghana went out to the world and told them that, look, wherever you are as a black person, Africa is your country. So, and I'm looking at country as Africa as one people. I don't want to look at it as a continent of different countries. Africa is one until we have people somewhere in the 1980s dividing Africa into various places in Berlin. So that also gave people an interest that, hey, let's go back home. So in 2019, we had the Year of Return where a lot of people, blacks, came to Africa and especially to Ghana. So I think that is where the catchphrase has been from Dr. Kwame Nkrumah all the way to our present. But we've put certain measures in place. Maybe as we go into the interview, we'll look at some specific things that we have done. And I'm happy Nigeria also is doing quite well with the Dirty December and all the other things that you are doing. It has its own challenges, but obviously it's paving way for black people to come to the continent.
Thank you.
Okay, so I like the fact that you had to trace it back to the foremost Ghanaian leader, Kwame Nkrumah.
Yes.
And currently, as we speak, so jumping straight into the meat of our conversation, currently, I saw the data that in 2023, Ghana generated about $2 billion for tourism.
Right.
Sometimes the way and manner the National Bureau of Statistics in Ghana and in Nigeria and some other African countries come about those figures is of a concern to me.
Right.
Because if we have those kind of money physically, I know what it's going to do to the economy in Ghana. In 2022, we're told that Nigeria had about $17 billion generated from tourism. And Nigerians are crying, hey, our tourism industry is left in neglect.
Right.
So what your country, over 500,000 people are employed in that industry. Okay, so could you please just paint a picture on how these people function in there and the age? Because we're discussing youth unemployment and their participation in that.
Well, I totally side with you on the issue about data. Data is a big issue in Africa. And if you look at my organization, Africa Tourism Research Network, it focuses more on data, research, and sustainability. So yes, there's a challenge with the data as far as we are concerned. Some of the information that we get from our entry points are not accurate. But in terms of how the revenue or the money that we've generated from tourism arrivals impacted on the youth and on the economy in general, if you look at tourism cuts across almost every sector. So tourism is interlinked with every sector. And if you look at those who are involved in tourism, you realize that there's more of women and youth. So you see tour guides, many of them are the youth who are guiding those who come into various countries and various attraction sites. You see the youth there. You look at the creative arts, you see a lot more of the youth in the creative art. You see sports tourism. The young people, the youth are into sports tourism. You look at ecotourism, you look at driver guides, you see young people in that sector as well. So a lot more people are in that field. The challenge we have had is that we haven't developed our tourism very well like the other countries have done. So people get into tourism, the youth get into tourism as a stepping stone where they finish university, they don't know what to do. So, okay, let me get into tourism. Then when I get something better, I leave. So if you go to our hotels, you go to our restaurants, if you go to our theme parks, you see youth who are into tourism, not because they are passionate about it. They are into tourism because they are looking for something to do. They haven't found it. So they get into it and then say, okay, when I get something better, I leave. So we have to be intentional about how do we keep the young people in the sector, in the industry, so that they can look at it as a career in tourism or hospitality. And then when they grow through it and then become better persons. So there's a lot more youth in it, but when you climb the ladder, they leave. So that has been the challenge.
Okay. All right, so if I might ask you, let's first of all look at the difference between sustainable tourism and the traditional tourism models that we have. What are the factors needed to be considered if we're going to build Nigeria and Ghana building a sustainable tourism? And what you mentioned that the youths, they get in for it for a short time. So what are the factors do you think are negating, or shall I say discouraging them from, taking sustainable tourism?
Well, if you look at tourism in Africa as a whole, it's quite young. In the past, and I can use Ghana as an example, when we talked about tourism, we looked at somebody, and usually a white person, coming into the country for relaxation, for whatever it is. So we saw tourism as some people's business. So for us, tourism was never a business to us. So our governments are trying to understand the business of tourism. So if you look at tourism ministries, and I'm sure Nigeria will be the same, it was usually under different ministries. They move, they keep changing names. So we are not so sure about the tourism. So we have not been intentional about developing the tourism. So you look at tourism infrastructures, roads leading to our attraction site. You look at, if you take an attraction site, like you go to your National Museum, you go to the washroom, you go to where they suppose somebody comes there and wants to change money. Because I come with my cedi, I come with dollar. They'll tell you, oh, you can't pay with cedi or dollar, or there's no, if I don't have physical money and I have a card, you are not able to pay with your card. So you go back with your money. So we haven't been intentional about developing tourism. Again, another issue is training and capacity building. Tourism is a science. And you don't just, you can't just get up and say that I'm a scientist or I'm a pharmacist, I'm a doctor, I'm this. You have to go through certain training. You don't just get up and say, today I'm a business analyst. You have to go through certain training.
Definitely.
So if you look at most of our universities, we don't even have very good tourism training institutions where you go and learn hands-on. If it is laying of bed, if it is preparing food, if it is about
craftsmanship.
Thank you. We don't go through that. So it's like, okay, as for tourism, anybody at all can do tourism. So anybody at all gets into it. And you realize that no, it's far beyond that. So we need to be intentional about it, train people and equip them, help them to become the best in the industry. And I'm sure if we do that, it will create a lot more businesses. If you look at the creative arts, fantastic. I mean, you can have one individual coming up as a creative person, and that individual can create more jobs, be a face of a country, bring more people into the country. And I don't want to mention name, promote anybody in Nigeria, but we all know some individuals who are in the country, and when they go out to sing, or when they invite people to come into the country, millions of people will follow them and come. So these are things that we are looking at. How do we help them to become business-minded as well? So you don't just sing. You don't just play football as a sports tourism. I mean, there are great footballers who have come through Nigeria and Africa. How do we get people to look at them and then follow them to their country to find out where did they grow up, who were their parents, what were the challenges that they had to go through. So we can have sports museum that can attract people as a attraction for them.
Okay. I like the fact that, first of all, you mentioned the thing about when they see what in Africa, what we consider as tourism, we see a white man come into the country, wants to relax or come and take a look. I want to say, in this program, you look more African than myself and my colleague, because you are even more attired in that. But our job has confined us to be attired like this on a Monday. First of all, Akinwumi Adesina, the recent outgone president of African Development Bank, was speaking in a global economic forum, and he said that Africa will gain more if we trade within ourselves, about 1.4 billion people together. And I'm saying the Nations Cup, the African Nations Cup that we hold across the continent, I don't think we've really taken advantage of that, because when a group of people, number of people troop into either Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, you just name it. You have lots of people coming with, that means the amount of money that the hospitality industry would generate will go up, transportation will skyrocket, name it, the services sector will boom. Production within that space of time, even if it's a month, will skyrocket. Do you think we've taken advantage of this, or is it that we just lack infrastructure in place to promote tourism in Africa?
We have not taken advantage of the opportunities that we have. And any platform that I get, I throw a question that if there is any continent in the world that has so much in terms of tourism than Africa, they should tell me. They don't. Africa, and sometimes I say that maybe because we have so much, that is also our problem. Because necessity is a matter of invention. So if you have so much, you don't even value it. Let's take our culture, our heritage and culture. Africa has beautiful, fantastic culture that people want to learn, people want to understand, people want to know what it is about, you know. So we have not taken advantage of what we have as a continent. And unfortunately, when we started, I also mentioned that our leaders have not understood the business of tourism. Tourism is a business, a big business. And for every business, is garbage in, garbage out. You invest to get your return on your investment. We are not investing in people. We are not investing in infrastructure. We are not investing in research. So we don't know. You have fantastic festivals in Nigeria. But how are we marketing it? How are we promoting it? Do we even understand what we are doing? Do Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, participate in your festivals? Do you do the same when there's a festival in Benin? Voodoo festival, how many Nigerians, how many Ghanaians have not tagged it as evil, right? But we can brand it in such a way that we can make money out of it. So we have not taken advantage of what we have as a continent. And yesterday I was saying to some people that what is going on in the world where Africans are restricted to come to certain countries is an opportunity for us to begin to trade amongst ourselves, to understand ourselves. We came in on Friday, we got to the airport and we're being asked, Ghana, Nigeria, free entry, but we're being asked, where are your letters of invitation to come? So, what letters of invitation to come to Nigeria? We are not able to move within the continent freely. If you are moving from Nigeria to Ghana by road, restrictions, which shouldn't be the case. So we have not taken advantage of the opportunities we have within our continent to even know ourselves, to travel within ourselves. So what is going on gives us opportunity to trade amongst ourselves. There is so much wealth that we can get. We trade amongst Europe, or we trade with Europe more than trading amongst ourselves as Africans. But everything, almost everything that we get from Europe or America, we can get from our neighboring countries, or even from the Central Africa or the Southern Africa. So it is time for us to trade amongst ourselves as a continent and share wealth amongst ourselves.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, still on that question, why do you think it's I won't say hard, but what do you think? What are the bottlenecks? Do you think we need to strengthen our diplomatic ties? Do you think maybe our government needs to act more, or could it even be the time for the so-called African Union to actually unite together so that we can actually take tourism to its full potential?
Well, I think our leaders must be genuine to themselves and be genuine to the vision of Africa. If you look at African Union, if you look at ECOWAS, we have ECOWAS passports, but you can't use ECOWAS passport to move from one ECOWAS country to the other. You'll be restricted. You'll be asked so many questions. Sometimes you are asked to pay monies that they don't give you a receipt. So what is the point of having a passport that says you can move from one country to another, yet you can't move? So, but I think it has also given the youth opportunity to tell our leaders, enough is enough. So we, the young people, must begin to travel within Africa. I come to Nigeria. Last year I was here. Last 2 years I was here. This year I am here. I'm supposed to come back in July. So if I become a leader, because I've had that interaction with Nigeria, I know how we're supposed to work amongst ourselves. We're supposed to visit ourselves. I am able to say that, look, we are one people. Why can't we do away with all these restrictions, individual countries looking at ourselves that, oh, these people are this, that people are that. When they come here, security. No, we are one people. We are brothers and sisters. So we must, the youth must begin to travel amongst ourselves, tell our parents who are the leaders that, look, these restrictions are not helping us. And yesterday I was having a conversation with my brother who is here with me, Mr. Emmanuel Treku, and we're saying that let's forget about the older generation. Let's focus on the younger generation and tell the people that, look, we want to visit ourselves. We want to look at Africa as one people. No Nigeria, no Ghana, no Togo, no Benin. I should be able to get up over the weekend and take a bus and come to Nigeria. 5 hours, 6 hours, I should be here by bus. But we are not doing that. So the young people must begin to do that. The older ones will not do it. I'm sorry. They will not do it because they are looking at their personal interest. But the youth don't care. They just want to have fun. They just want to be free and visit Africa.
Yes.
All right, so let me ask one more question before we go on a short break. Now, the youth, if you look at the youth, young, driven, they like vibes, they like something that is catchy.
Right.
So how do we now, shape, package tourism for them to look very attractive, to make it long-term for them? Because, I mean, the youth, they are people who just, yes, they want to make money. They also want to enjoy themselves while they are doing it. The old folks are conservative in some ways, but the youth, they say the youths are the leaders of tomorrow, the children are the... So how do we make it, attractive enough? Right. Then what area, or do you think the private sector, do you think they are doing enough? We've always talked about the government, stepping in, but what about the private sector? I mean, do you think they are doing enough? Or where do you think they need to step up?
Well, I think the private sector is trying. I'm being careful because you need that enabling environment for you as a private sector to thrive. I cannot come in as a private sector and build roads, get electricity. There are some basic amenities that the government must provide. Create that enabling environment for the private sector to be able to do certain things. If that is not there, it becomes difficult. And that has been the challenge. So if we can do that, if the government can do that, naturally private sector will step in and be able to provide what it has to be provided. So there has to be that PPP concept, public-private sector concept, where we all come together. But unfortunately, we haven't been able to do that very well. And that has been the challenge. If governments can do that, provide that infrastructure enabling environment, naturally the private sector will step in and provide what needs to be provided, and the youth will take it up.
All right, lovely conversation here with Emmanuel, Mr. Emmanuel Frimpong. Yes, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the program.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
welcome back to Just Africa. We still have our guest, Emmanuel Frimpong, in the studios discussing sustainable tourism. So now, I would like to ask you, let's move on to technology and innovations. What innovation, for instance, virtual tourism, tourism apps, online booking platforms, what kind of innovations can be used or can be applied for youth-led inclusion?
Well, so there's a lot of innovation, technological innovation that is taking place all over the world. And tourism has moved from the traditional tourism where you have to visit a site and that sort of thing to an experience. So the question is, what experience do you want to create for your guests or your tourists or people that come to your country? So there's virtual reality. AI is also taking a lot of advantage over what we are doing. So you also see a lot of booking platforms that is coming up, and they are being developed by young people. So now tourism has moved from there. So each country must look at, okay, I have carnival, whether it is a particular festival or a carnival or anything. What experience do I want people to have? And how do I put that into an experience? For instance, if you take any of your traditional weddings or marriage ceremony, how do I put it in a form of technology where people who have not visited Nigeria can actually see it and then have this, oh, this is beautiful, I would like to go there and see it in person. So these are things that we need to do. The other thing that we also need, of course, I mentioned virtual reality, where you can sit at the comfort of your home and then do, if it is a Lagos tour, look at attraction sites in Lagos. And it feels like you are actually there in person. So these are technologies and booking platforms that we also have. And I have also been championing that we must have booking platforms that are African-centric. We must have our own booking platforms, because if we don't have the data, we don't manage anything. Because whoever is managing your data is managing you, is controlling you. So we have to have that booking platform, if it is for Africa, if it's for Nigeria, Ghana, where we can take advantage of it. So all these things are technological innovations that are coming up. And I must say, Nigerians are far advanced in terms of technology. Sometimes we focus too much on the negativity. If we talk about the Yahoo boys and all those things, how do we turn them around? Because very smart young people, how do we use the same technology for our good? So we can deploy them, help them to develop certain apps and platforms that we can use to promote our attractions. They can also use these technologies to stress on good, innovative ideas that are taking place, and also stress on those things that are not good for our community, and also use the same technology to train our communities about sustainable development ideas and innovations that can help hotels, facilities to actually do what is right for the communities and allow the communities to benefit from the tourism revenue that we get, which I think the communities don't enjoy at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to reiterate the same question I said I was going to ask you when we get back from the break. It's about tourism sites in Africa, in Ghana, in Nigeria. Most of the time when I go to YouTube to watch, I see Kenya. Maybe one of these days, if we have a Kenyan friend, we can bring him to the studio because of the safari and how the people from other climes from Europe always want to go there, sit down on a vehicle and just watch a live lion chase its prey around and all of that. Do you think we've developed some of these tourism sites in Ghana and in Nigeria? Because we have several in Nigeria. Do you think we've developed them to a point where they can speak for themselves And we just have to do little or no marketing effort for people to just jump in because they want to see how a hot climate in Nigeria can be so cold when you go to Jos Plateau State. So these sites, like you can name a few you have in Ghana.
Right. So again, I can go back to what I said earlier on about being intentional about developing tourism. We have different aspects of tourism. So every country can specialize in one or two.
Great.
And Africa is generally, we are blessed with culture, heritage, and then we're also blessed with ecotourism, or you can also look at safari. So Kenya and the Eastern African countries, if you look at Rwanda,
Yes.
South Africa, even Botswana, they have specialized on safaris.
Okay.
So if you go to Kenya, you know where you are going to. They also looked at the Maasai community. It's
Yes.
also a brand. They've also leveraged on it. What West African countries have not done, we haven't developed our tourism offerings very well.
Okay.
If you look at West Africa, most of the slave trade took place around here. So we can leverage on it. Not to just lament
Okay.
and talk about the negatives, but we can twist it. So if you come to Ghana, you go to Elmina Castle, you go to Cape Coast Castle. We have the castles where most Africans from Nigeria, Guinea, Senegal were taken, and then from Burkina Faso through the slave transatlantic ocean, all the way the route, and then they brought them to Ghana. So we also have that as well. We also have some of the safaris. So if you come to Ghana, we have quite a number of them. You go to Aqua Safari, we have those ones there. You go to Mole National Park, you have all these animals that you mentioned, we have some of them there. But what we have not done is to market it. So sometimes people even think we don't even have, you go to the Kenyans, the big five, you come to Ghana, we have them there, but people don't even know. Even Ghanaians don't even know that we have tiger, we have elephant, we have all these animals there. So marketing has always been the problem. And it goes back to what I said earlier on, that we have always seen tourism as a white man or somebody traveling from one country to visit Ghana. So we need to be intentional about how we develop and promote tourism. We also need to be intentional about what is it that we want to promote. What is it that we want to market to the world, so that we don't also experience over-tourism. Over-tourism is whereby you have too many people coming to visit a particular destination or attraction site. And you can also talk about the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, which is where Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our first president, and the wife, they are buried. So it is a beautiful attraction. In fact, that is the most visited site in Ghana now.
Okay.
Yes. So there are a lot of things that we have as a continent. We don't have to focus too much on the safaris, because if we are not careful, we have not developed our tourism attraction sites very well. We don't have a lot of infrastructures. So if we are not careful and we allow too many people, now there's over-tourism in Europe.
Okay.
Some European countries are banning tourists from coming to their country. So now if you go to certain embassies and you are going for tourist visas, they will deny you, because now they want to restrict the number of people that come into their country. So they are going to move into Africa. How do we also make sure that they don't come and then destroy what we have? So there are certain things that we can do. Give them experience. That is what the youth of today are looking at. So experience, what experience can we give them? And for me, our culture is beautiful. Our food, that's gastronomy, food tourism. We have beautiful food in Africa, especially West Africa. People love our food, and of course, jollof rice, the war, and I know you know that Ghana jollof is the best.
Come on,
Let's not even go there.
Okay. So food tourism is beautiful, and I mentioned sports tourism earlier on. Even medical tourism. You'll be surprised that our herbal medicine, fantastic. The Chinese, for the past centuries, have been taking advantage of our herbs. They take our herbs, they take it to China or any other place, turn it around and bring it back to us. But if you go to our villages, our grandmothers, grandfathers, they use these herbs to heal us of any disease that you can think of. Some decades ago, we didn't know anything about cancer, but cancer has become so common to us. They had medicine for all these things. So medical tourism is also another thing that we can promote. I lived in a village when I was growing up, and my grandfather was a fetish priest. And I remember I can mention at least one footballer, very popular footballer in Germany, who broke his leg. And they brought him to our village in Sabronum. And within 2 weeks, my grandfather, usually what they would do is they would break a neck of a chicken and use the medicine, the herbal medicine, to get it healed. If in 2 weeks it's healed, it means you will take 2 weeks and get healed. And it worked. How are we not promoting this, taking advantage of this? So we need to look at what is it that we can package as a continent.
So let me butt in here. I have, maybe this would be my last question. The thing is, if you want to tell a story or you want to know about the psyche of a people and how they maintain their vicinity, their territory, when you land in an airport, it will tell a whole lot of things about those people, whether in Ghana, Nigeria, or name it in any other African country. But most thing is, when Nigerians or when Africans travel, they travel out of Africa to Europe, and most times they don't come back. They hardly travel within African countries, except the most enlightened ones who know what they are doing. So how can we bring in this? How can our first contact airports, attract other Africans from coming, and how can they stay on their own? How can I be on my own and say, okay, look, I'm going to Ghana, I'm going to Kenya, I'm going to Rwanda, I'm going to Kigali, I'm going to Tanzania to go and just sightsee the environment. This will come if leaders have sat around to make moving around very, very easy and also cost effective. So what's your take on that? Like, well, we don't travel.
We don't travel because, one, it's expensive. Two, it is inconvenient. It is inconvenient because from Ghana to Togo is, in fact, it's basically one country. There are some houses, part is in Togo, part is in Ghana. There are some children who go to school in Ghana and live in Togo and vice versa. But if you want to travel as a tourist from Togo to Ghana, from Ghana to Togo, it's a big problem. It's a big problem because you go
You've been an African.
You've been an African. In fact, I think it was Dangote who said he was traveling to Africa from Nigeria to one of the African countries. And he suffered more than his European counterparts who traveled from France to that African country. And it became a big issue. And the other thing also has to do with, and I talked about how expensive it is. There are some countries in Africa, if you are traveling within Africa, and I don't want to mention names, you have to go to Europe before you come back to Africa.
No way.
Yes. And we just got in on Friday. At a point, ticket from Ghana to Nigeria was about $1,200.
$1,200.
I am telling you.
From Ghana to Nigeria.
By plane.
By plane. In fact, we paid roughly about almost $550. How many people in Africa can afford $550 just for flight? So connectivity is a problem. We are not able to connect by air, even by bus is difficult because of the restrictions that we have at the border, because of the inconvenience. Other than that, we should be able to travel within ourselves. So we don't have airlines of our own that can, because from Ghana to Nigeria, 1 hour, 10 minutes, you should be there.
And and they want us to pay $1 million plus for that.
For that. So these are some of the challenges that we have. So until our leaders begin to look at some of these hurdles, and also when you get to the airport, when I see a Nigerian coming to the airport, as you see him or her as another Ghanaian at the airport, I don't have to see you as a different nationality coming to my country and then begin to treat you as a different person, coming in with a different mindset, asking you questions about you shouldn't be here. Why are you here? No, it's your country. So I should welcome you into Ghana as a Ghanaian. I should welcome into Nigeria as a Nigerian, right? But the moment we make it so difficult and frustrating for people to come, then we are not going to travel. So we have a responsibility as government to make it easy for people to travel within Africa and understand and know Africa by ourselves, enjoy Africa ourselves before we can even invite others to come in.
All right, so in rounding up in less than a minute, I want to look at social, environmental impact, and of course, preservation. So how do we now ensure it? Because you made mention of is it crowding, overcrowding, tourism. So how do we ensure that tourism does not exploit or harm these environment, and how do we preserve it?
That's a very good question. Sustainability is the way to go now. So when we talk about sustainability, we are looking at social sustainability, environmental sustainability, and then economic sustainability. So how do we develop tourism so that the local community benefits? How do we develop tourism so that the country benefits? How do we develop tourism so that we don't destroy the environment? So we have to look at all of them, make sure that tourism is developed in such a way that everybody benefits and we don't destroy the environment. We have to make sure that the next generation also comes to see the environment that we have, the forest that we have. We don't have to destroy it. We also don't have to do tourism to destroy our culture.
Okay.
Because sometimes people come into the country and we literally change our culture to suit them. And then gradually our culture is destroyed. Our language, our food, the way we wear, and you were talking about because of the work you do, you have to wear a suit.
Exactly.
What is wrong with wearing agbada, Nigerian dress
On Monday.
to do? Who do we want to satisfy? People want to look at an authentic culture. So we have to be proactive and love what we have, promote it in such a way that we don't destroy. Because if we continue doing what we are doing, the next generation or the generation after our children will not even speak our language. They will not wear what we wear. They will not eat the food that we are eating because we are introducing other cultures into our culture, and that is not cultural sustainability effort that we are making. We are destroying our culture. So we need to be sustainable in every part of our lives.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel Frimpong.
Thank you too.
I mean, you have really shed light. You have really, talked about so many things, and we do really appreciate it. We should have you some other time again.
I'll be
so
glad
glad
to
to
be
have
here.
you. All right, so this is where we will be rounding up Just Africa this morning with Mr. Emmanuel Frimpong, founding president, Africa Tourism Research Network, ATRN. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of Just Africa. If you have enjoyed it, why not follow us on our social media page? That's at Souqnews Television. You can also follow us, like, and share this video. From here on, I am Olumide Shokoya.
And I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Many thanks for watching.
Africa is a continent of different individuals, tribes, languages, and even destinies. Every African country is unique in its own way, with something that sets it apart from the others. Today, on the uniqueness of Africa, we take a look at Chad. Chad, located in north-central Africa, is a land of extremes and quiet resilience. What makes Chad truly unique is its extraordinary geographical and ecological contrast. Stretching from the harsh Sahara Desert in the north to fertile savannas and wetlands in the south. One of its most remarkable features is Lake Chad, once one of Africa's largest freshwater lakes. Though it has shrunk dramatically over the decades due to climate change and overuse, it remains a vital lifeline for over 30 million people across Chad, Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon. But Chad's uniqueness goes even deeper. It is one of the most linguistically diverse countries in Africa, with over 120 local languages spoken, despite a relatively small population. French and Arabic are the official languages, but the diversity reflects its deep ethnic and cultural complexity. Chad is also home to Sakuma National Park, a conservation success story in Central Africa. Once plagued by poaching, the park has rebounded and is now a sanctuary for elephants, lions, giraffes, and rare birds, showcasing the country's ecological richness. In the Enedi Plateau in northeastern Chad lies another treasure, a UNESCO World Heritage Site filled with ancient rock formations and prehistoric cave art, some dating back 7,000 years. These natural cathedrals in the desert tell stories of early human life long before modern civilization reached the region. In terms of identity, Chad is where Arab and Black African cultures blend, creating a unique socio-cultural fusion seen in its clothing, cuisine, languages, and traditions. Despite economic challenges and regional instability, Chad remains a country of untapped beauty, resilience, and cultural depth. It is a land where survival meets strength and where the desert holds not just sand, but stories. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Chad, the bridge between the desert and diversity. I am Moyosore Adebi for Souqnews TV.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy. of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for in about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing, in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And is one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision-making using data analytics, that we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriede, Dr. Nibo Shinowo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor, a consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comparative study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that it is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the signature of these projects through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as it's still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the horrible complaint of school is out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of different projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can get the rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So low confidence in the test. Basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just speak through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We have that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I've mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, Measurements. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Ogunlafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Hospital Director for Volta. We're going to have the Honorable Minister being tested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. examples. We're going to have them seated again. Come and quality check what is happening, sir, please. Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is the one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, they will say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. Standing in for myself, and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Party, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneering initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria pre-elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewable agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the Rethinking Malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths respectively. I am confident that Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evident from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable, innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. Pleased to say that Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. When patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the excellent Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties. Congratulations, sir. Of malaria in Lagos as well. Charge of course. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
Practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, there are several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The country director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the country representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a social-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone, brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to a step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news, it is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a P, that we need to have a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Akiambam, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things we can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Martina because those days when they take your blood test, you must replenish it with a bottle of Martina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resource. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader, to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. a malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, a malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time, and we've all put our minds to it. It's something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes for our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. I mean, all of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and doctor, the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to look to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there is no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February we are still doing less than 200,000, you are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much, for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof told us from WHO that it's 2025, they are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was, they're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. I want to commend the farmers and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support and making this initiative possible. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables, so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful, because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, Nets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pray people for attempts. They pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final breathing point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we've needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate, malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as the permanent secretary. Twice as much. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is the message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishment ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence, Councillor President?
When we were doing interview, she thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. Between her eye and her eye. This pre-elimination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to malaria pre-elimination and the sterilization program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
Yes, it's a beautiful day. It's a fantastic day. It's an awesome day. And we are super, super excited. Guess what? It is the Femi Walsh Prestige Partnership that is being flagged off right here at the Federal Palace Hotel. Oh, my God.
What I think sums awesomeness. We're being at a place where every conversation about Nigeria's independence happened. And then also thinking about royalty, you know, things that make us feel like we're kings and queens when we come into this place. I mean, I'm museums. At this point.
You know, talk about the scenery, the ambience, the rooms. This hotel is actually really, really good. And the fact that Femi Walsh is partnering with Federal Palace Hotel doesn't just give me the chills, like it makes me happy. Happy.
We're going to be having exclusive events, coverage, and we're going to bring in our expertise to come and give them that edge amongst...
that finesse.
Taking the brand globally through our media. My God. It's not something you want to miss out on this journey that I just started. We're going places, sis.
The Federal Palace Hotel was established in 1960 and constructed by the A.G. Leventis Group. Perhaps one of the most notable thoughts about Federal Palace is that it was used as the venue for independence celebration of Nigeria in 1960. Over the years, the Federal Palace has now become a world-class ultra-modern facility with a touch of elegance. The hotel, which has been recognized nationally and internationally, has become a tourist attraction for many. Perhaps this is the reason Femi Walsh Group decided to partner with the Federal Palace by supporting the hotel with resources and equipment for coverage of all the hotel's events. The president and CEO of Femi Walsh Group, Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, accompanied by the vice president, Idahosa Osamanze, paid a visit to the hotel during the exhibition of the popular Iriri Arts Gallery. It was a day of joy for each of the artists to see that the president of Femi Walsh Group was actually fascinated by their art pieces. Coordinator of the Arts Gallery also expressed his enthusiasm and joy, highlighting the exciting prospects and opportunities arising from the partnership.
Thank you so much, Souq TV, for coming over. It is about celebrating art and creativity. We themed it Luxury and Legacies exhibition. Luxury, as we all know, art is luxury, and the legacies that are left behind by artists are their crafts. So that is why we themed it Luxuries and Legacies exhibition.
Ambassador Victor Walsh encouraged your artists while commending their creativity. The The general manager, Herman Britt, was excited at the collaboration between Femi Walsh Group and the Federal Palace Hotel, exchanged pleasantries with the president, and told Souqnews TV about his joy.
The energy is fantastic, and the support that you've given us is absolutely superb. So, yeah, watch this space, and your support is valued, and I love the partnership that you guys give us. So, looking forward to the journey with you guys.
Other members of the senior management of Federal Palace who were on hand to receive the ambassador and members of the Femi Walsh team include Temitokwe Ifiodun, HR manager, Billy Uguechi, events and banqueting manager, Chef Chris Onyanu, the executive chef of Federal Palace, Oluwatoyin Sulaiman, housekeeping manager, Dr. Arogundade, digital sales executive. Each of this senior management staff shared their feelings about the collaboration.
We're actually so excited about this partnership with Souq News. It's going to, be beneficial for both Federal Palace Hotel and Souq News. And we know that all our new offerings will be extended to the larger world. We are actually doing things differently now. Federal Palace is actually doing a lot of things differently now. Our staff are ready to give the best of the best services to our guests.
To cover our events and take care of Federal Palace in terms of media and all that.
The Femi Walsh Group, consisting of all the different subsidiaries like Souqnews TV, the ALFM, Novacraft, and the machinery, look forward to doing great things with Federal Palace Hotel as we kick off the Prestige Partnership.
We're going places, and yes, with Femi Walsh Prestige Partnership, what we want to do is make sure that we're giving the clients of Federal Palace the best of the best of the very best in terms of coverage, streaming, videography, photography. So if you have a wedding ceremony coming up, you got the birthday party coming up, whatever you have coming up, all you got to do is make sure you contact Femi Walsh, because we give you the best of the best of the very, very best.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Keep watching.
My name is Uyai. I'm a textured artist, and keep watching Souq News.
My name is Alexander Beja, and keep watching Souq News.
Karim Joseph Aramide is my name. I'm a visual artist, and I'm going to tell you this: keep watching Souq.
Hello, I'm Billy Macaulay Oguchi of Federal Palace Hotel. I'm the banqueting and events manager. Keep watching Souq News.
I'm Temitokwe Ifiodun, HR manager of Federal Palace Hotel. Keep watching Souq News.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
That we should relax and enjoy every minute of the program, the conference. We have a lot of things. We have a keynote. Thank you so very much. Also would like to recognize the presence of the chairperson of today, in the person of Maureen Ken George Taylor. She's the president, restaurant, cakes, bars, and Clubs Association. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Lucas Rahim, who is the Director, SIR&D, Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency, LASCOPA. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Also in our midst is Engineer Greg Ashibogu. He's the Chairman, GK Foundation and Grashi Global Foundation. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him, please. He has been a supporter of Mr. Razak's work. Thank you so very much. You're welcome, sir. We also like to recognize the presence of Engineer Oyatoye, who is the Director, Policy Research and Development, Lagos State Safety Commission. Thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate your presence. Thank you. Representing the DG of NAFDAC now missed is Dr. Ifeoma Okafor. A round of applause. Thank you so very much for coming. We appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Oluwole Ogundele, who is the guest speaker. Thank you so very much for gracing this occasion. We are elated to have you around. Also in our midst today is Mr. Laja Shoniron. He's also a guest speaker today. A round of applause.
To be the one that convened this maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to this occasion. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for taking your time to join us today. Your presence here is a testament to the commitment to excellence in the restaurant and hospitality industry. Together, we gather under the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The theme reflects our shared passion for advancing the restaurant industry and our dedication to staying ahead of the curve in terms of innovation, sustainability, and excellence. And as we navigate the complexity of the modern restaurant landscape, it is imperative that we prioritize these three pillars: innovation, sustainability, and excellence, which will form the foundation of our discussions today as we explore the cutting-edge strategies, best practices, and innovative solutions to drive success in our industry. We have assembled impressive lineup of speakers, including our keynote speaker, my own mama, Mrs. Bose Aye, the founder of Analyses PSC. Please help me to clap for her. She's also the past president of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria. And another motivator, Morenike Taylor, the president of the Restaurant, Cafe, Bars and Clubs Association, who is the chairperson of today's occasion, to guide through this conference proceeding. I'm equally happy to have the Deputy Managing Director of Street Sensation Confectionery and the host of others. I was happy when we wrote letters to the DG of NAFDAC and I said, we are going to be there. So, this year, Dr. Okafor, I'm happy that you are here. God bless all of us. Throughout the day, you'll be treated to insightful presentations, engaging discussion with our special guests, eminent speakers, AI experts, social media marketing specialists, financial gurus, regulators, industry leaders, and many more valuable networking opportunities for us. Throughout the day, we will explore the latest trends, best practices, and innovative solutions that are shaping the restaurant industry. As Hospitality Care Company, we are dedicated to empowering restaurant professionals with knowledge, skills, and expertise required to excel in our increasingly competitive market. And this conference is a testament to our excellence to elevate the art of restaurant management. The conference is designed to provide a platform for restaurant managers, operators, and industry professionals to come together to inspire, educate and empower you with the tools and insights necessary to excel in this dynamic and competitive industry. I would like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, partners, and collaborators who have made this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are grateful for your commitment to the growth and development of the restaurant industry. Equally, I would like to acknowledge the tireless effort of our team who have worked diligently to bring this conference to life. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciated. Without much ado, the MC has said we need to engage ourselves fully, ask questions, and share our perspective. And we're ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn, and enjoy the company of your peers at this Restaurant Managers Conference 2005. So let us work together to elevate the art of restaurant management and take our industry to the next and enviable height. Once again, I want to appreciate you, and I know by the end of the day, we are not going to leave the Navy on getting good health. And at the end of the day, our return on investment is not going to be a waste of time. Thank you once again.
It is my great pleasure to welcome you to this important conference dedicated to the growth and development of the restaurant and hospitality industry in Nigeria. The restaurant and hospitality industry is a vital pillar of Nigeria's economy. It provides employment to millions, drives tourism, supports local farmers and food suppliers, and contributes significantly to our GDP. This sector is not just about serving or providing accommodation. It is about experiences, innovation, and economic transformation. With Nigeria's growing population and increasing demand for quality services, we must continue to evolve and expand our industry's potential. This conference is an essential platform for sharing best practices, discussing industry challenges, and exploring emerging trends such as digital transformation, AI, sustainability, customer experience enhancement, and food safety. It is through collaboration and knowledge sharing that we can stay ahead in this competitive landscape and ensure our businesses thrive in an ever-changing world. The RCBC Association is dedicated to uniting industry players, advocating for policies that support business growth, and providing resources to help our members excel. By joining our association, participants have always had access to valuable networking opportunities, training programs, and strategic partnerships. That's one of the reasons we're excited to partner on this particular conference. With that in mind, I encourage every person here to actively participate in the discussions, share your insights, and take full advantage of this event. It is now my honor to declare this event officially open. Thank you. I have just a few more things to say before I hand over the microphone. So my question one more time is, did I get my slides up or will I be winging it? Can you see my slides? Thank you, it's okay, don't worry. So this is supposed to be a little bit interactive, right? It's a managers conference and I always have something to say to managers. So do we have any managers here? Can you wave your hands? If you are in a managerial or supervisory position, can you wave your hands, please? Fantastic, thank you. So I think I'm in the right room. I wasn't sure when anybody raised their hand. Okay, so I want to ask a question. Who is a manager? Someone should help me, please. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? Anyone can take the answer. Okay, but if nobody gives an answer, you guys need to answer. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? I have my team for 355, so don't worry. I came prepared. It's called Start With Your Why. You are standing in a position and you have an opportunity to improve your life and improve the lives of those around you. You impact people's lives. Someone that wants to propose to their girlfriend and wants to get married, you will be part of their life experience forever, just by being a manager in a restaurant or in a food establishment. So in such a critical role, that if you are occupying it, you need to understand what role am I in. And from my own organization, not only did I invite managers, I invited what does an effective manager do? So can I have just a few contributions? What does an effective manager do? Yes, please.
Effective manager will lead by example.
Lead by a round of applause. I am in the right room. I think I'm in the right room. I'm starting to feel like I'm in the right room. Another answer, please.
As an effective manager, you first need to work on yourself because you can't be.
A manager must work on themselves. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the book 21 Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell. And there's a law called the law of the lead, meaning that you will only lead people up to where your capacity is. Once your capacity is here, you're not going to lead anyone above that. So working on yourself is critical. Please give me a round of applause. Can I have one more answer because my time is limited here? What does an effective manager do?
An effective manager must be proactive.
Thank you. I like that word, proactive. Let's please give me a round of applause. I stepped out a few things I think that a good manager should be able to have under their sleeve. And I'm just going to take just about 2-3 minutes and I'm going to get off the stage. Don't worry. So I have here you must be hospitable. I call it the spirit of hospitality. If you don't have the spirit of hospitality, what are you doing here? Why are you a manager? Hospitality is such a critical spirit that it influences you. Are you the kind of person that when people walk into the room, you would say hi? Or because it's your job that you're saying hi? When somebody is panting, would you offer them a glass of water? If someone sits down and they're sweating profusely because they just came out from outside, do you think that the person has to order water before the waiter goes to them and says, sorry sir, would you like a bottle of water? The act of being hospitable. So if you are not hospitable, definitely this will not be the right career for you. What else should a manager be? A manager should be in control. I expect that if you are actually told to govern an organization, you are in control of what's happening in that organization. How can you be in control of what you don't know? So you must be aware of everything that's happening in that place. From the kitchen to the floor, to your marketing, to your customers, what are they saying? If you sit in your office all the time, how are you going to know what your customers are saying about your products, about your space? A good manager must be able to supervise. What is supervision? Is it just giving orders or ensuring that orders are completed? How many times do we need to follow up with you when something is stated? A good manager must be meticulous. Because sometimes, staff are very tricky. They will tell you that they clean the place, they'll clean only the top. When you now go and lift it up, you now notice that this cleaner did not clean the bottom of this place. How are you going to ensure that the right thing is done if you're not meticulous? I'm almost done. A good manager must be intentional. You must decide that you have decided that you're going to be good at what you do, you're going to be among the best. Really and truly, I am for women empowerment. And I do specifically love coaching women to stand out. Because for a woman to have an opportunity, she usually must be 10 times better than a man. So if it's a man that's pretty good, people will just say, oh, let us give that opportunity. But before they give a woman an opportunity to become a CEO or a CEO, you will see her CV. Her CV is double the CV of the man that equally holds a position. Please give women a round of applause. Okay, the men are happy. Give all of themselves a round of applause. A good manager must be a good example. And finally, practice servant leadership. I want you, as you attend this conference, to pick up a few things and decide, what will I do differently following this conference? Maybe I missed something. Before I close up my walkway, does anyone want to add anything else that they think a good manager should be? Any other comments? Thank you, ma'am.
Good teamwork and good communication.
Give my round of applause! There's no I in team. If you are not a team player, why are you a manager? You can't do everything yourself. You must be given division of labor. And that's why I asked all of you to join me with my presentation this morning by asking necessary. Thank you. Audit, compliance, learning and development, and strategic business management. She currently serves as Deputy Managing Director and Executive Director at Sweet Sensation, a pioneering quick service restaurant QSR company in Nigeria. Ayo's career began at PwC, where she managed audit and compliance reviews for publicly listed companies in North America. She earned a reputation for driving change, optimizing processes, and building strong teams, rising to a global managerial role. Her ability to innovate and lead has been instrumental in Sweet Sensation's ongoing transformation. Under her leadership, the company has implemented strategic growth initiatives, enhanced internal accountability, and restructured internal processes to ensure business continuity and sustainability. Ayo's empowering leadership style emphasizes coaching, collaboration, and clear communication.
Food evangelist, and I think he really is that. So let's please give him a round of applause. I know that there's a team of people who support him, who coach him, who help him, who partner with him. So I want to also take time to acknowledge and recognize them. Please give them a round of applause. Special thank you to the distinguished speakers and guests. I also stand on all existing protocol, but even with that, I cannot but honor Mrs. Bolayeni, who's here. Mrs. Bolayeni, the founder of Analyses and pioneer in the industry. Thank you for your continued support of the industry. It's also lovely to meet the chairperson of RCDC, an organization I belong to as well. So welcome. Thank you. I don't honor my NAFDAC people, I will get in trouble. So, well done, man. Thank you for all you do at NAFDAC. Thank you. Making sure that food is safe and that people can live quality lives. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Before I dive into my very, very brief speech, I must honor my mother, Lady Dame Penny Hampson, the founder and CEO of Sweet Sensation. I'm grateful for the organization she built because giving me a platform, giving various people a platform to lead, to inspire others. So she's not able to be here, but I bring lovely greetings from her to everyone here. Okay, so I've been asked to give a very, very short welcome speech, or I think it's opening the short speech by special guest. And you know, this topic, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence, is so relevant. So this, I want to start by just saying, this topic is so relevant to our industry. Anyone who's been in an industry for a few years knows how important these topics are. The industry is shifting rapidly. Things are changing so fast. Sometimes you understand your consumers, sometimes you don't even understand them anymore. Technology is reshaping how things happen, and things are moving at a fast speed. So I'm so grateful to be part of a conference that recognizes the importance of these topics and brings people together to learn about these topics. Sustainability is no longer just a buzzword, it is a business imperative. How can you make sure that your organization not just survives, but thrives and can be sustainable for years to come? And I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to learn about that at this conference. So, for those who are here, whether you sponsored yourself to come here or whether your company has funded you, I want to really encourage you to listen. The ability to invest in yourself, to come for conferences, for trainings, it's a powerful investment in yourself. My team who's here, hi team, they know that we talk about growth a lot. Any investment in yourself, whether it's training, conferences, networking, learning from others, at the end of the day, it's a powerful investment in yourself. And as you grow, you can also inspire other people to grow as well. So please be open-minded, please listen, please take notes. network with your peers or colleagues or people you admire in the industry. But please make sure you learn. Make sure when you go back to your companies, you are teaching others as well, others who couldn't be here, and then you're allowing others to grow as you grow yourself. So thank you again to everyone. Welcome to the conference, and thank you again to the convener for the opportunity to be here.
Let's clap for you. Good message from the Special Advisor to the President on Capacity Development. As the Special Advisor to the President on Capacity Development, I'm honored to extend warm greetings to all attendees of this prestigious Restaurant Managers Conference. This gathering is a powerful reflection of our collective commitment to the growth of our hospitality sector, an area that the President deeply values. His administration recognizes that capacity development is not merely a strategic initiative. It is a cornerstone of our national vision for economic diversification and sustainable development. The President is genuinely interested in empowering our workforce, as he understands that the success of our industries rests upon the skills and dedication of our people. The hospitality industry is an integral to Nigeria's economy, playing a vital role in job creation, cultural exchange, and promotion of our rich heritage. By fostering a thriving restaurant sector, we contribute to the broader narrative of national pride and economic resilience. The President believes that by investing in the training and development of our hospitality professionals, we are not only enhancing service standards, but also positioning Nigeria as a premium destination for culinary experience and rural tourism. As we look to the future, our administration is committed to organizing more training programs and conferences that will empower our hospitality professionals, and conferences like this is one of those things. We envision a collaborative framework where industry leaders, government, and educational institutions work hand in hand to cultivate a workforce that is not only skilled, but also innovative and adaptable to the evolving landscape of our hospitality industry. Thank you for your participation and for your vital contribution to this essential sector. Together, we will build a robust and dynamic hospitality industry that meets the diverse needs of our citizens and visitors alike. Honorable Souq Rabiu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly privileged to be here. You imagine what this young lady here is doing. I'm particularly excited for this opportunity to stand in this capacity from Nigeria Institute of Food Science and Technology, especially where I represent as the chief servant. You know, that name chairman is just a name. They're actually the chief servant of the institute, and I'm privileged to be doing that because the Institute of Food Science and Technology has raised me to be a confident person and to be able to add value to the society. And I think that's the beauty of life. That life is not just who you are, but those you are also able to raise. And so, anywhere I have the opportunity to speak, I always give that credit to my mentors, my several mentors who are now fellows of the Nigeria Institute of Food Science and Technology. Particularly, let me congratulate Mr. Razak, our own food evangelist. We call him Mr. Food. He has several names. I have my good message, but I don't feel like speaking to us. Mr. Razak is a blessing to us in the Institute, and we are praying for him. This is just a tip of the iceberg of what God is about to use him to do in Nigeria and beyond that in the world. And so I'm happy to witness this maiden edition of the Restaurant Managers Conference. This is a great one. Please can you give yourself rounds of applause. I'm particularly excited because just yesterday I was privileged to train bakery and pastry staffs, you know, in a big conglomerate when it comes to confectionaries in at Shagam Artists yesterday. And one of the things I told them is that as leaders, as managers, you are the team leader. It is not just what you tell your staff, it is what they see you do. No food, the best of food safety management system will not fly if it does not start and end at your table. If the staff need PPEs, you are not providing it, what more can they do? If you can enter the processing floor without doing the needful, then we have not shown them the right example. And so as restaurant managers, as supervisors, when it comes to anything food processing, you are at the center and you must do what is right. And you know, if it is not safe, it is not food. If people buy your products and they come down with gastroenteritis, then there won't be a repeat purchase. And that's the truth. And so that means they are losing trust in your brand. So for you to build trust in every brand, right? Like one of my friends who is also a food safety trainer here would say, then you have to do the right thing. And so we are here, that's why we are all here. To learn, to unlearn, and relearn. And I'm sure you'll get the best from this conference. So this is just the beginning. I wish you all greater and bigger opportunities to learn and shape the Nigerian economy and ensure food security in Nigeria. So you're all welcome, Mr. Razak, congratulations. You're a brother and you made a brother who will to support all that you do. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Don't worry, I'm coming back with the lecture on council.
Everybody, and I belong to nobody. So as not to miss out anybody. All protocols duly observed. Mr. Razak, we are here now. You will not understand the meaning of that statement. My name is Today. I'm the Executive Secretary of Restaurant and Food Services Proprietors Association of Nigeria, RESPAN. I'm representing, or rather I'm standing in for the President of the Association, the 10-day campaign, ably represented by the DMP of Sensation Confectionaries, Mrs. Ayani Baba. I said, Mr. Razak, we are here now. Almost around this time of November, we met here for a function. And this was the place that Mr. Razak informed me about this program, November. And since November till January, he kept calling and calling and calling and calling. I'm not like, this program is in March. You started bugging me November, December, January. Calm down, Mr. Razak. Through January, February, you would think I'm the one in custody of his kidney. At the time, I have to ask myself, I'm not running this man's kidney now. Why is he disturbing me? And eventually, you know, I picked this call February, and I told him, I know. You sent in every necessary December. Be rest assured, we will call. Since I'm not hearing from you, I'm not, you know, getting any feedback. I'm like, the program is March. We will call. So, Mr. Razak, I say again, we are here. Thank you. Now, Restaurant and Food Service Proprietors Association of Nigeria, we're a non-partisan, non-profit making organization established with the aim of protecting the interests of our members in their dealings with regulatory bodies and regulatory agencies. Like the moderator mentioned, that was then. I can give you the assurance that you enter into any of our member restaurants, you will be served quality, not just quantity, quality hot seasoning meals that you will like. Formerly, we used to the Association of Fast Food Confectioners of Nigeria, AFCON. And you know, we try getting more members. We approach the fine dining restaurant and they're like, no, you guys are Association of Fast Food Confectioners, and you know the mentality when it comes to fast food. They believe it's all about job. And mind you, our logo is there. It used to be Eat AFCON, eat safety. They're not like, you are saying eat fast food, eat safety. Isn't that a contradiction somehow? But we ask ourselves, and you also need to ask too. You walk into a tantalizer outlet, you walk into a street sensation outlet, you walk into a labule outlet, you walk into a TFC outlet, and you get to be served a big icon. You have pottage, you have jollof rice, you have fried rice, you have efori roll, you have pounded yam. Are these fast food? No. So that is the reason why we decided to change the name and reorientate that conception that we have regarding AFCON. We now became Restaurant and Fast Food Proprietary Association of Nigeria. And our motto still remains, eat respite, eat safety. You can be rest assured that any meal you are eating from our member outlet is safe and is okay. Elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I want to give you the utmost assurance that the keynote speaker for today is someone who is not just a person, but a voice when it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. When it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria, the person of Mrs. Bossa Ayede. She happens to be the restaurant sole representative, myself as well, with the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, whereby, you know, the foundation, the program, the roadmap for the new agenda regarding hospitality in Nigeria is being put together. And she was being given an award for her participation, her full involvement and participation in this program, presented by the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. So, like the MC said, speaker before me said, please relax or learn, relearn, because we are here for a whole lot of robust lecturing, teaching, and the rest. And every other guest speakers that are taking the sections today, you can be rest assured, yes, they are sound. Mr. Razak, count on us as an able and ready-made partners for this program going forward. Thank you. God bless you all.
My name is Souq, I'm a scholar here, and look at Souq. I'm standing here for my general manager, Abolade Shulebo Esquire. Let me start by congratulating the organizers of this auspicious program that is going to be highly educative. I can see that. Because the Consumer Protection Agency was actually established in 2015 by the Lagos Consumer Protection Law to ensure that consumers in Lagos State get value for money spent on either goods and services. And also to ensure that Lagosians are protected from hazardous products and also protected against unfair practices. So these are our core mandates. Going back to this event, which is about food safety, I know the keynote speakers are going to do justice to their topic. So in order not to preempt them, I don't think I have the knowledge to do that. So I would just want to mention some brief issues in the kitchen area from the experience we've had over the years as an agency. This restaurant operation involves handling, preparation, and storage of food. So those are the key areas we want the operators and managers to look into, to look to the improvement on these three areas. Also, while preparing food for consumers, they should try as much as possible to avoid cross-contamination and food spoilage, so on and so forth. But the area I want to really dwell on is That is how consumers are treated on and off the restaurants. So the first point of contact for every consumer or every customer in the restaurant is the on-the-spot service, how they are received. So I want to say that since the managers are here, over the years, most of the complaints we attended to in the agency has to do with how consumers are received. Not necessarily bad food or bad meal. So I want us to look into that, and possibly our speakers too should help us to address that. Then, apart from on-the-spot services, when I buy food in the restaurant, possibly I take it away, and I get home and I realize that what I bought is not what I actually want, or I intend. In some cases, we have seen somebody who bought food and saw a fly in the food. We cannot rule that out. So now, why try to reach out to the restaurant? The person at the other hand failed to do justice or to attend to the complaint queue. So I want us to, apart from putting somebody that is correct, I think that is the most practice. We put somebody that can speak well. Not that. We should endeavor to ensure that the person at the other hand knows well about the business. He can answer questions, treat issue on the spot. And if the person that is receiving complaint at first time cannot do that, he should be trained to escalate the problem to a senior manager or somebody who is well equipped about how the business is run, so that we avoid sanctions and penalties from government agencies like ASCOPA. I want to inform you that the 2015 law has been reviewed and signed into law by His Excellency Mr. Governor, 2024 law, that empowers agencies to seal all premises without referring to the court. Initially, we have to go to the court to seek for a seal order. So I'm not saying that we are out to, like my general manager would say, allow business to thrive in Lagos. We are not out to destroy businesses, but then we are not going to lose our focus, which is to ensure that consumers in the state are protected. We are all consumers. So this is a very big opportunity for everyone here, both managers, the operators, and of course all of us are consumers, to ensure that we improve on the service delivery in our restaurants. To round up, like we always say, consumers in Lagos State are kings. So I want to enjoy all of us here. We always treat consumers as kings. That is the message from my general manager, Afolabi Shilebo Esque. Thank you, and God bless you.
The distinguished guests, esteemed restaurant manager, industry, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to extend warm greeting to you all on behalf of the Lagos State Safety Commission at this prestigious gathering, the Restaurant Manager Conference. I commend the organizers for selecting such a crucial and forward-thinking team, elevating the heart of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The hospitality industry, particularly the restaurant sector, plays a vital role in the economic and social fabric of Lagos State. As a hub of diverse culinary experiences and a key driver of tourism, restaurants are more than just places to eat. They are spaces of creativity, culture, and commerce. However, ensuring safety, sustainability, and operational excellence is paramount to their continued growth and success. At the Lagos State Safety Commission, our mission is to promote a safe, secure, secure and sustainable environment for businesses and residents alike. We recognize that innovation in restaurant management goes beyond culinary creativity. It also involves embracing modern practices and adhering to health regulations and implementing sustainable business models that protect both people and the environment. Sustainability in the restaurant industry is no longer an option, it is a necessity. From responsible waste management and energy efficiency to ethical sourcing and consumer well-being, sustainable practices contribute to business longevity and environmental preservation. I urge all restaurant managers to adopt best practices that align with global standards while enhancing customer experience and food safety. Excellence in restaurant management is achieved through continuous learning, strategic leadership, and a commitment to quality. As you deliberate on strategies to elevate your businesses, I encourage you to prioritize staff training, adopt digital innovation, and maintain compliance with regulatory standards to ensure the safety of both the employee and patrons. Lagos State remains committed to supporting businesses through policies that foster growth while ensuring public safety. Lagos State Safety Commission will continue to work collaboratively with stakeholders in the hospitality industry to uphold safety regulations and promote a thriving, resilient, and innovative restaurant sector. Once again, I applaud the organizers of this conference for creating a platform to discuss these vital issues. I wish you all exciting deliberations and successful outcome that will drive the restaurant industry towards greater heights. Thank you. May this conference inspire transformative ideas for a safer, more sustainable, and more excellent restaurant industry in Lagos. Director General, Lagos State Safety Commission, Mr. Larry Mojala.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very well said. Very well said.
I actually don't know what it means. I recognize everybody that is here, and I have not addressed you in person, it's not that tight. But I think we are beginning to look at the time to see how we can manage our time. I welcome you all to this year's edition, and what's not happened before, from what I heard today, it looks like this is the maiden one. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I welcome you to this conference, and let me start by again joining everybody to salute the doggedness and the passion of the convener, Mr. Razak. Okay. They have described it many ways. I used to know him as a foodpreneur, but I've heard today that he's actually a food evangelist. Whatever name we call him, and what thing we can't take away from him is his passion for this industry. This avenue that he has provided for us today, where we as restaurant operators gather together to share and to sharpen our knowledge, is a major gap that he sees in our industry that he's trying to fill. I congratulate you on your achievements so far, and all the people that have worked with you. And I wish you success in your future endeavors. I'm excited to be here, and I count it as an honor to be called upon to share with you from my limited knowledge and experience, and also to learn from the different experts that have been put together, that have been invited to help deepen our knowledge in specific areas of restaurant operations today. The theme of our conference, as we have heard over and over again today, is elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I will start by talking a little bit about our industry. The Nigerian food service market is estimated to be about $10 billion and growing. About half of this market is held by the quick service restaurants, while the other half is shared by casual dining, fine dining, cafes, and the cloud kitchen industry that is not only large, but also has a great potential for growth. As restaurant managers, do you see yourself as of today in this huge market that I've just described? Do you see yourself as a tiny drop, like a pinpoint? Or do you see yourself as a significant player in this big industry? Wherever you think you are, one of the things that you should begin to think about from today is how can you increase your portion of this large market that I've just described. The restaurant industry itself has changed rapidly in the last 5 to 10 years. From the imposing brick and mortar structure days, where the idea of social entertainment was limited to visiting fast food restaurants, to today, where the customer would rather be in the comfort of his home and just get his food delivered. Pop-up stores, food trucks, or sometimes you see them as food cars, are becoming a trend in urban and densely populated areas of our country. These are beginning to account for a good portion of the restaurant, of the revenue of this industry. How then do we ensure that as restaurant managers, we also get a significant portion of this growing pie? Our industry is not without its own share of challenges operating in an environment such as ours in Nigeria. These challenges, which cannot be underestimated, range from rising costs, multiple taxation from different tiers of government, poor infrastructure, strong and formidable competition, manpower skills shortage, and to changing consumer preferences. How do we then, as restaurant managers and restaurant owners, sustain our business in the face of these challenges? Again, when we look at the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence, the aim of this theme is to ginger our thoughts as restaurant owners or restaurant managers. First, let's look at innovation. There have been changes in the lifestyle of our target audience, as there have been changes in the demographics that we target. The changes in our industry range from the building structure. Like I said, it used to be imposing buildings that we all had, to application of technology, either in the food processing or in consumer engagement methods. And of course, marketing methods have changed dramatically. On a lighter note, while I sat there, Morenica took the picture. She got somebody to take a picture of two of us, and she said, content. And I laughed. I don't know if I said it out to her, but you know, we operate in two different generations. My generation would rather hide, but her generation is to put it in the face of everybody, and that was what she wanted. When she said content, that's again a difference that has happened in the environment that we are currently operating in. COVID-19. With the attending lockdowns and movement restrictions, forced many companies, like some of us who haven't invested in technology, to embrace digital innovation to survive. Innovation in restaurant management can be in the area of technology, can be in the area of offering unique products, can be in the area of introducing new processes, and of course, it can be in the area of enhancing customer experiences customer service methods. Embracing innovation, no doubt, has its own definite benefits. The benefits could range from increased visibility. You can also leverage technology to reach the wider network of your consumers or potential customers through all these mobile devices that you carry around. Innovation can help us in improving our service delivery. We can leverage technology to tailor services specifically to meet the needs of our customers. Innovation can help to reduce costs through process automation or the use of technology to replace, where possible, all customer-facing activities. There are businesses that don't even have the front of the house activities anymore. They use technology to take the orders and they deliver. Technology is therefore playing a key role in food processing process, how to order, when to order, and how to pay for the order. These apps are also being used to manage customer loyalty. The use of technology itself impacts the need for brick and mortar stores. Like I've said, not only will it impact or has it impacted the size, even the existence of those structures. And of course, the size of the restaurant itself. Who needs a whole building if you can reach your customers through technology? Or if your customers can't reach you through technology. Customer engagement is another area where innovation can be seen in our industry. These engagement methods are geared towards giving the customer unique dining experiences from, for example, out in restaurants where your food is cooked right in front of you. It's a unique experience just to cook the customer. And of course, you can use technology to modify your recipes to suit the customer's preferences, unlike where we have fixed recipes that is made to fit the general populace. These emerging changes mean that the restaurant operators, as restaurant operators, we must be ready to also have a mindset shift from the way we used to do things, if we are going to remain contemporary, or if we are going to remain relevant in the industry that we currently operate at of it. How do we adapt to changing consumer preferences if we do not innovate? Innovation must therefore reflect not only in our marketing methods as the customer profiles and lifestyles are changing. These days, we talk about brand ambassadors, brand influencers, and social media influencers. These never existed 10, 15 years ago, but in present day, they constitute a major chunk of the marketing budget. I go on to sustainability. An organization, much like a living human being, is constantly changing, but it's constantly adapting to it. Sustainability will touch on key decisions that we take from the business model itself to what our capital structure should be if we want that business to survive, and of course to the key business processes that we go through, all with the view of continued survival of the enterprise. In other climes, the care for the environment and the society at large is linked to business sustainability. Implementing global sustainable practices like reducing food waste through repurposing leftovers, using eco-friendly packaging materials, and so on and so forth, can reduce costs while at the same time reducing environmental impact. Of recent, we all know Lagos State bans the use of styrofoam and other single-use plastics. All major supermarkets are no longer using the carry-out bags, traditional carry-out bags that they had before, and customers are now being forced to pay for reusable bags or biodegradable bags. We, as an industry, must be prepared for the extension and enforcement of same to our industry. What then will that position be? I keep wondering, are we going to charge for the more expensive bags? Or how do we absorb the additional cost in the cost of the meal in the restaurant? How are we focusing locally produced items to replace the imported ones, from raw materials to packaging? How are we managing our inventory systems to reduce waste, which impacts not only the environment, but also increases our cost or reduces our profit? How do we reduce or minimize electricity use? How do we reduce carbon footprint and create a greener future for the planet? How are we supporting ethical labor practices? Embracing sustainability leads to several advantages, which include profitability, as I mentioned, and profitability, you all know, is a must to the survival of our enterprise. We move on to excellence. Excellence must encapsulate all that we drive in the restaurant business. How do we achieve customer service excellence or ensure consistent customer satisfaction? Operational excellence is what sets one apart from competitors. Excellence is what leads to growth and success in the business. We are managers, but quite a number of us are managers working for other people. If you are not the policy or decision maker in your organization, then you must pass on whatever the takeaways are from today's conference. You must have a clear understanding of your market, the environment in which you operate, the type of people that you're catering to, and of course, what actually appeals to them. You must have a full picture of your costs and of what determines your profit. It is good to be able to benchmark your performance against industry standards where applicable. You must drive year-on-year growth, both revenue and customer throughput. Because anything that is not growing is dying. The knowledge experts are here today. Let's listen to them attentively. And after their presentations, we can seek clarifications as found necessary. Thank you all for listening. I wish you a successful day.
Right? But sometimes as customers, we tend to overtake what we cannot
good. Thank you. Now, what is the role of food safety failure? Poor food handling practices and quality control in food loss and waste. Food safety failure, improper storage. If you don't store your food properly, you will end up having older products, or you will not follow FIFO, right? She has mentioned it, she has given us explanation of what FIFO and FIFO is. I won't dive into that. But if you don't store your food properly, you end up having food waste. Most times when I go into restaurants, right, it's very simple for them to have a failure in non-conformity in this aspect, because they always tend to go clean the product on the shelf and nobody's really checking for dates. Another thing that can cause this problem is when you have all of your products on the shelf. Why? Or you buy a lot of this product and you end up not even using it. Especially those ones with a short best before, a short shelf life. Temperature abuse. That's another food safety failure, and cross-contamination too. Now when it comes to poor food handling practices, again, you can never take away FIFO from this. Mishandling during preparation. If you don't handle your food properly, they go to the floor, that's waste already. Except of course in your restaurants, when food drops on the floor, you pick it, you clean it, and you serve it to the customer. And I'm sure that I don't have any restaurant managers that are doing that poor quality practices. The lack of hygiene. She has talked about washing your hands, your earrings, all of those things. It's very important that as managers or as food business staff, we need to have proper hygiene. If you lack good hygiene, it's as well as putting money into the waste bin. And lastly, quality control, overcooking, undercooking, inconsistent portioning, getting food for minor defects. I don't know if this is news to many of us, right? But sometimes people reject product because they look ugly. No, ugly, not for food safety cases, or not for the sake of food safety, but because I don't just like how this tomato is looking. It's not looking very fine. So they end up throwing it away. But you need to understand that nobody knows that the tomato is fine or ugly when it is being cooked. So you need to have a very good relationship with your vendors. Tell your vendors, okay, these are the qualities I am looking out for. Have a checklist. Train your vendors and train the staffs around, those who are handling it. Training is very important though. It's not you come to work, you resume work that first day, wear your hairnets, wash your hands, remove your earrings, and that's the end. Training should be continuous. You can have on-the-job training. You can have trainings with external people. You should have a trainer who is already in a restaurant that can train down on those who are upcoming. Okay? So the role of food safety, poor food handling, and risk control can never be taken away from food loss and waste. Remember, food safety failure can make you bleed money. Poor food handling practices will make you lose money. Poor quality control, you are losing money, and that is money and that is profit that should have been generated back into more money. Now, what are the best practices, tools, and techniques in combating this hidden cost that is draining into your profit, which is food waste? Number one, for your purchasing managers and storekeepers, let them check orders for quality when receiving. Have a checklist. If it's not documented, it means it is not done. So if there's no checklist and you are not coming to the is food, there's a tendency that there will be a mistake. And once it gets into your kitchen, it may get rejected. Ensure FIFO when storing, donate under this item, but always track. If you know that you're always having excessive products, them in one day. At the end of the day, you just buy food. What happens to the rest of them? It is waste. That's money that should have been used for any other thing that's going to waste. Okay? Portion control and just portion control. I know as Nigerians, many of us we don't like it. But then again, for food business for now, if you do not manage your portion control, you end up having a lot of food waste. Your calibration, your skills, are you calibrating them? So you're calibrating your skills. Why are you calibrating the dry weights? So it's not a function of every morning you carry 5 kg, you put your seed, good. 10 kg, you put on your scale, it's good. Those dry weights, are you calibrating them? Do you have external parties that come to calibrate those skills to show that you're ensuring the right portion? What about using data to track your demand? Again, forecasting, demand forecasting. The product or the number of products you would have each Ramadan period. You agree with me that it is different from the one you start experiencing from next week. True or false? I need an answer, please. True or false? Exactly. People are fasting this period, right? So the likelihood that there will be a lot of people in the restaurants might not be as much as when people are not fasting. So consider all of those things when you're planning your menu. Then of course, digital waste tracking. There are a lot of AI tools that can help you tracking your waste. We have Window and a lot of others. And then have taking off. I think Nigerians do take away options and those other take away options. What about for your buffet host and event coordinators? So that everybody is involved, from the purchasing manager to chefs and stewards, even to event coordinators. Know the amount of guests that you are inviting to an event and plan accordingly. Have a food waste policy. This is new. I know for manufacturing companies, because those who have the FSSA national space, it is not new to them. But for restaurants, having a waste policy might be new. And to be a good initiative so that your customers know that you're trying to make money and to also save the environment. So to be a good thing to have a food safety, a food waste policy or initiative, partner with food banks and again train. But the important thing is train. Do not get tired of training. If you get tired of training, call experts that can help you train your people. Please again and say train your people. And FHSC will also carry out training. Just let me put it out next. Now, what is an action plan? I have mentioned what food loss and waste is. I have mentioned where food waste can be gotten, can be from the preface or the post phase, right? Before the customer or after the customer. What do you need to do? Start with the food waste body. We all know that we all have the HACCP team, right? You can also have a food loss team. Everybody should be involved. And should also start from management. You see, food loss and waste should not be having conversation on the shop floor or in your kitchen. You should be having food loss conversations in the boardrooms. When your boss is saying, we're having a lot of waste, what sure this works. But I've known you for quite a while now, and I know restaurants that have been using it for 2 years, 3 years, and that's one way of them helping the environment and also saving money. But so that you can actually, food loss and waste is avoidable. It is avoidable. You just have to do the right thing and put your mind to it. Okay?
Deliciousness. We've been in existence since 1909. Did you know that? So for those who don't know, some people just scream, eh? We are an ancestor brand. Thank you very much. You see, this is what we know how to do the best. Bring deliciousness to homes, to your meal time. And this was the initiative of 2 Japanese persons. One is a scientist who discovered that glutamate was the ideal substance to make meals. And then the other one, an entrepreneur who has the money to start the business. So you see, idea, meeting, capital, and then the business is born. So this is how our Ajinomoto came to be. By the way, it's a Japanese brand, and Japan products are quality products. I re-emphasize, quality products. So we've been in Nigeria since 1991, and what are we doing? We are founded on the aspiration to contribute to well-being of the human being, well-being of the society, well-being of the planet through amino science. Amino science is the technology and the specialty of the Ajinomoto Group. The NAFDAC people here know us, we are registered. The SON people here know us, we have a man cap. So we are very regulated and very compliant. So what is Ajinomoto? My targets are here, the caterers are here, LSCDA, and my other catering group. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So these are my targets, and I know restaurant people are here who use it. The people used to say that all those big restaurants, they use Ajinomoto, but they hide it. So I want to ask, what do you gain if you don't use Ajinomoto? And what do you gain if you don't use that cook? You still they hide them. Tell people the source of your deliciousness, because you understand that it is safe. It is made from sugar cane. It helps you to reduce salt in your food. People call it magionio, thinking because there may be salt. Not salt. It is a product that has glutamate, and glutamate is an essential amino acid which gives the taste of umami. Umami is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but delicious. That is the 5th taste, in case you don't know. We don't have only 4 taste sensations now, we have 5. The taste of tomatoes is not sweet, not sour, not salty. Every speaker has talked about tomatoes now. It is to make almost every meal. And so it is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but it gives that umami taste. That's the 5th taste around the world, and it's not different to Nigeria. And that's the taste of our Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto is produced through a fermentation process of sugar-based sugarcane, beets, cassava, maize. So all of these are products through which Ajinomoto is made. And then it is made up of, our MSG is made up of simply sodium, glutamate, and water. This is it. And it contains 1/3 of the amount of sodium in table salt. So if you think your food is not delicious enough, you're just this or adding salt, you're adding to your hypertension. Yes, so why don't you use Ajinomoto? And it helps you to promote that deliciousness that you want in your meal. That's what we are talking about. So it is used around the world to bring out deliciousness. You are what you eat. All of us agree to that, right? It's consume that forms you. Some food experts will tell us to avoid this fast food, pastries, cakes. Don't eat this, don't eat that, don't eat. Reason. They tell you some of you it gives cholesterol. They just call a lot of hard names that will scare you. But once in a while, even in the pyramid of food, all these things are there. You take them, but maybe sparingly. And not that you don't take at all.
Hello and welcome to Souqnews Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. President Bola Tinubu has suspended implementation of the Financial Reporting Council Amendment Act 2023 following months of pressure from business stakeholders. The act required large private firms classified as public interest entities to pay between 0.02 and 0.05% of their turnover annually, with no limit, unlike publicly listed firms capped at 25 million naira. Business leaders warned the dues rose financial risk to a fragile economy. The Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment initiated a technical review and stakeholders meeting, resulting in an administrative pause and the formation of a working group. The report led to the President's directive for a formal suspension. The Council has now been ordered to cap dues for private firms at 25 million naira, pending further legislative review. The move is aimed at restoring investor confidence and ensuring fairness in Nigeria's regulatory environment. Going now into taxation, the new Tax Reform Act, which were recently signed by President Bola Tinubu into law, officially places remote workers, freelancers, and digital entrepreneurs in Nigeria within the personal income tax bracket. The law mandates residents earning foreign income from digital platforms or foreign employers to register the state with state tax authorities, declare earnings in naira, and pay taxes like Nigerian workers. Previously untracked earnings via platforms like Payona and Wise are now visible through enhanced digital monitoring and global tax treaties. According to analysts, the law clarifies resident definitions and ends long-standing loopholes that allow remote workers to go tax-free. The Nigerian Revenue Service, working with Central Bank, now has tools to trace foreign inflows linked to Nigerian bank accounts and BVNs. With government plans to export youth talent and meet global outsourcing demand, experts say remote work taxes could become a major revenue stream and boost fair economic inclusion across Nigeria. Moving on to the oil industry, petroleum marketers in Nigeria have expressed optimism about a likely reduction in petrol prices following a sharp drop in global crude oil rate. Brent crude fell below $70 per barrel, yet major distributors like Dangote Refinery and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited have kept pump prices above 900 naira per litre. The Petroleum Products Retail Outlet Owners Association said the new price regime may begin this week as stakeholders respond to the latest cost changes. Depot owners argue that current pump prices reflect old stock acquired at higher crude prices, but anticipate reductions within days if crude remains stable. Analysts say Nigeria must fix pricing imbalances, including crude importation by local refineries, to fully benefit from falling oil prices. Marketers also urge the federal government to peg domestic crude rate for refiners to protect consumers and avoid inflation. Nigeria's total pension fund asset rose to 23,650 billion naira in April 2025, up from 23,200 330 billion naira in March. According to the National Pension Commission, the growth includes all approved pension schemes, closed administrators, and retirement savings accounts, with most investments still placed in federal government-backed securities such as bonds, treasury bills, Souq, and agency instruments. While this shows steady expansion, the Commission has called on pension fund administrators to diversify into alternative assets like infrastructure and private equity for higher returns. Fund 2 for contributors below 49 years remained the largest pool, and total retirement savings account registration rose to 10,720,000 as of April. The Nigerian Exchange Limited recorded a strong bullish performance last week as renewed investor appetite for banking stocks like Zenith Bank PLC, Access Holdings PLC, and Fidelity Bank PLC drove a total market gain of 1,430 billion naira. The all-share index rose by 1.6% to close at 119,995.8 points, while market capitalization appreciated 1.9% to reach 75,962 billion naira, marking a significant 5-day gain. Investor activity surged with a total turnover of 3,933 million shares worth 102,221 million naira, traded in 114,484 deals. The financial services sector dominated trades, accounting for over half of total volume and valued strong performances across most sectorial indices, aside from oil and gas, reflected broad investor confidence, while a major bond listing further strengthened market debt. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Souq Business Landscape comes up shortly. I am Olumide Shokoya.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Souq. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Okbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bua Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bua Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bua Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in Bua Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Bua Foods PLC and Bua Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Bua Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
From the early days of humanity, when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara
was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage.
Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical root. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration or in short, all celebration, ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Why some that can't afford this, they just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are doing this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So, and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not.
Not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes. You know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's just with some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African way. Even some of our brothers abroad is taking it outside to show as an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how tough the market is, there are influx of and it's going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, about people will say, all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you are sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you don't see it again. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You see, they say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some, like this one that is here now, is an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance style. many people income. If you see, go to
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate time. The price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrosely University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Good afternoon and welcome to Souq Business Landscape, where the big stories in business, policy and development come alive. I am Omobola Sandra. Today we're unpacking the headlines shaping Nigeria's economy and beyond. First up, it's a new dawn for the digital workforce. Nigeria's remote workers, freelancers and online entrepreneurs are now officially in the tax bracket. With President Tinubu's latest tax reforms, the days of untaxed digital income are over. But is this a smart step towards revenue generation or a barrier to digital growth? And then we move on to raw to refine. Nigeria is putting its foot down on raw material exports. A bold policy push now demands local processing before products can leave our shores. The goal, more jobs, more value, more control. But can we fix a broken system where past programs have failed? Also, still on the Souq business landscape, with Nigeria's pension assets climbing to over 23.6 trillion naira, the numbers look good, but there's a bigger question. Is your pension actually working for you? We dig into where the money is going and why. Diversification may be key. And finally, a hopeful handshake. Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo have signed a U.S.-brokered peace and minerals deal. With promises of troop withdrawal, joint resource management, and regional cooperation, the Washington Accord could be a game changer, if it holds. It's a packed episode of insight, accountability, and smart conversations. I'm not alone, of course, on the Souq business landscape. I have these three amazing gentlemen with me here. I have my far left, Mr. Kumale. How are you doing, and how was your weekend?
Oh, very well, thank you.
Moya Lagos, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you so much.
You look good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You look gorgeous as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And of course, Mr. Olumide, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
How was your weekend?
Not bad.
All right.
Well rested.
Thank you. There's a lot to look forward to today. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souq Enlightenment.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souq business landscape.
Hello and welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. So let's begin with the first story. President Bola Tinubu has signed new tax reforms into law, officially placing remote workers, freelancers, and digital entrepreneurs in Nigeria within the personal income tax bracket. The law mandates residents earning foreign income from digital platforms or foreign employers to register with state tax authorities, declare earnings in Naira, and pay taxes like all Nigerian workers. Previously untracked earnings via platforms like Payona and Wise are now visible through enhanced digital monitoring and global tax treaties. According to analysts, the law clarifies residency definitions and ends long-standing loopholes that allowed remote workers to go tax-free. The Nigerian Revenue Service, working with Central Bank of Nigeria, now has tools to trace foreign inflows linked to Nigerian bank accounts and BVNs, with government plans to export youth talent and meet global outsourcing demand. Experts say remote work taxes could become a major revenue stream and boost fair economic inclusion across Nigeria.
That sounds very interesting. I'm actually excited. I think I'm actually excited with the fact that we are appreciating the digital economy. We're recognizing the digital economy and the fact that, we're going into non-oil, revenue generation as it is now. There's a lot to actually look forward to from the tax reforms. But I'll start with Mr. Krumale. What do you think? Do you see this as, for what it is? Or are you, as some people who have, implementation trust issues as regards this particular one?
Okay. If it's touching implementation issues, first of all, I like the fact that the government is making the law. But implementation should be, structured in a way that these freelancers, these tech professionals and these digital entrepreneurs are not double taxed. Because sometimes you could be working for a client abroad and the client could tell you that, hey, look, I'm going to pay you $650 for this service you've rendered to me, probably as someone who designed their website or who carried out some coding functions for that specific client, and did not want to, employ someone from their own country because they know the normal standard of payment probably is going to be $1,000 or $1,200, and they know that coming down to Africa or to some Asian countries, they can just easily charge $700 because of the pay disparity. But they can equally come up with another scheme and say, hey, look, I'm doing this for you, I'm employing you. However, in my own country, you need to be surcharged because I'm paying this money. You need to be surcharged as well as paying in some form of tax here in my country because you are earning from here. So if you are earning from there,
the double taxation,
the tendency to be double taxed is there because that particular evidence of payment or paying the tax of the country where your client is a resident,
has to pay for your tax over there, and then you have to pay here.
No, you will have to pay here.
Whether you like it or not.
If you are going to, whether you like it or not, you're going to pay this. You're not rendering the service here. Your employer is abroad. So if it is an income tax, okay, you are paying here because you are here.
You're working here.
You're working
earning
here.
It here.
You are earning
it. You're being paid from somewhere else.
You're being paid from somewhere. So I think you're even earning it there.
I don't know.
Where is the services rendered to?
The service is rendered, you are rendering the service over there, even though you are domiciled here. So the thing is, there is a tendency to be double taxed, and that definition, that is why when you were reading the news, you said a review was carried out in the proper definition of residence.
Yes,
okay.
Resident.
So you are a resident here, but your service, the service that you're carrying out is over there.
Moyo, do you think...
May I quickly, according to that resident, the definition they were talking about is if you have stayed in Nigeria for more than 180 days, then...
For more than 180 days.
Yeah.
And you are the freelancer working for a company over there in the US. 180 days, like all your life, sometimes you've been here. So mandatorily, you're going to pay. So the thing is, can that foreign country provide evidence that you are being surcharged or taxed from there? If that is presented to the government here, would they let go the fact that you have to pay from here also? If not...
So if that is the case, Moyo, do you think this is going to discourage, freelancing? Do you think it's going to discourage youth freelancing?
I don't know. I think because a lot of remote workers might have gotten away with not paying taxes for so long, they might be discouraged, And that's why it would have been better if we had the structure before time. But it's never too late. We need to widen the tax net, and our taxes is based on residency. If you are living here, you should pay the tax because you are enjoying the roads that everybody's common tax is fixing. So, let's not conflict the issue right now. You're working, you live here, whether it's remote or not, whether it's a foreign country or not, you live here.
Yeah, but how would how would I declare? Who do I declare to?
Well,
so automatically, if I use Payoneer or Wise, those payment platforms, is it automatically the IRS will just pick up from there?
Yeah,
or
your influence are monitored.
Or I have to declare. So if I don't use any of those platforms, am I free?
Well, now the NRS are going to monitor all of these things. So it's probably they would decide, and of course they will ask you questions. And if you can't back the source of the fund, then...
No, the point is, there's a reason why it's digital, it's virtual. There's no bank accounts that you can trace these funds to, except, it's tied to these platforms, Payoneer or Wise. So if I am not using any of these platforms, if it's there are people who probably earn under the table. There are people there are, platforms where you're paid in dollars, but you can receive.
Well, they didn't say this is exclusive to Payoneer. They didn't say it's exclusive to Payoneer and Wise. They say platforms
like. That's what I'm saying.
So there could be the entire all platforms of that nature that are being monitored.
Which brings me to one of the merits of this risk of capital flight. So what basically this means, or what you are trying to say, is freelancers and remote workers can actually move funds offshore.
Of course. You can even move to Ghana here.
Are we losing now or gaining?
That's the downside of it. They can actually
move funds offshore.
Offshore.
But I think normally you should be able to move funds offshore irrespective of the fact that the new tax reform bill brings this into limelight. Nigerians are here that own domiciliary account for dollar, they own domiciliary account for the Japanese yen, the Chinese, and the UK or the Canadian dollar. They do, and sometimes even for business purposes. And sometimes this account, you open them in Nigeria banks. In some of the conventional Nigerian banks, you open your domiciliary account from there. So easily you can be monitored and you can be assessed.
I'm talking about just opening an offshore account in Switzerland or any other country and direct all your payments there.
Okay. That is equally possible. I think that's equally possible, and probably that's the new route. Some of those who want to, divert or change the government or boycott the process, that's what they might want to engage themselves in. So, and do we have the infrastructure to even monitor?
That's what I'm saying. So how do we track out or inflow? How do we track, this foreign, influence? Yes, there are systems, Pioneer, Wise, and all of that. But what if, people always find a way around a lot of things. Do you understand what I'm saying? What if, people have arrangements? You know what? Why not just pay me directly into my account? I have a dollar account, pay me directly.
Okay, but the thing is, if your dollar account is opened here in Nigeria as a domiciliary way of opening
how
an account,
would the IRS know that it is payment for services?
For services, and not like a remittance from a family.
From diaspora remittances. Probably maybe when they go fishing and they see that
How many people are they going to go fishing?
No, probably they just want to check, because you remember that we have both the EFCC, the ICPC, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU. Some of their staff work with banks. Sometimes, yes, to monitor, because I know of a friend who is a doctor, and his wife works to one of these names that I've mentioned. He works, is a direct staff of one of these security agencies that I've mentioned, that she works in a specific bank in the country. And she gave that revelation. So if that is, so one other thing about the tracking that most of these smart alert want to, to just bypass is this: they work for a foreign company or foreign agency, and that company, in those claims, they have open-handedly accept digital currencies and the cryptos and all of that, and you get paid straight into those accounts that government may find it very difficult. I want to say something. Okay.
So last month, I did a job for someone abroad. I got paid. I think about $300 to $400.
We'll talk about this later.
$300 to $400. So what I did, so what I did, because the person wanted to pay is not.
So they paid your family abroad.
Is this legal?
So
what you're about to say?
Yes, it's legal.
Okay,
it's actually legal. So the person said the only payment channel she has is PayPal. So I said, okay, fine. I got someone in US to send the money to his PayPal, and he sent wired it back into my Nigerian account. So I'm saying that
in the naira
equivalent of it into naira, all legal. So what I'm saying is, these freelancers, these people can actually
they can find a cop out.
They can find a way out, or rather than going through that, because some people may not, you may know people and not know people. Somebody can collect the $400 and run away.
That's true.
That's true. Yes, this is actually my relative.
Exactly.
Who did it.
But then let's also look at it from the angle of, all this is stressful. I'm just going to move to Benin Republic.
And just chill.
Just chill.
Just be a digital nomad.
And just be a digital nomad. I can work from anywhere. So in one way or the other, that can happen. Or people can just decide to stop using Nigerian banks.
Also, what if I come?
There are virtual banks where, they can't access, that they can't now track. So it's still a tracking issue.
Yes. What if I stay here for 3 months and then go to Ghana for 1 month, then come back again for another 3 months?
It's not consecutive. So how would that work?
Exactly. How are they going to calculate the
I'm also looking at.
So there are a lot of loopholes here that you don't even need to be a genius to try to exploit.
Well, aside from privacy concerns, there's a lot to actually look at. I feel like at this point here now, because there needs to be some orientation done for digital workers, for them to have a proper understanding how this works for them, or to ensure that there's no double taxation. Let's not be as if I'm paying here, I'm paying there. All right, that's one. And then two, how's the tracking going to work? How do we ensure that, all of this, there's no, underlying bureaucracy that, we try to cover up, try to make things difficult, for the gig economy? Because the digital economy is fast growing.
Very much so.
Fast growing. There are people who would work, 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. and then the next day they're on another job, and before you know it, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. they're on another job again. So it's how are they going? The tracking system is definitely something that I think that they should dig deep into. Okay. This is Souq Business Landscape on Souqnews Television. We'll take a short break. I'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq Business Landscape.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR kits and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis.
Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souq News.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souqnews TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souqnews News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. So we take the next story. Nigeria is intensifying efforts to end the export of raw materials without local processing, aiming to boost job creation and industrial growth. At the West African Economic Summit, President Bola Tinubu urged regional leaders to embrace value-added production, stressing that Nigeria's rare minerals must power local industries and not just foreign economies. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics shows that while raw materials export in fourth quarter of 2025 stood at 1.04 billion naira, import still dominated at 1.8 billion naira, highlighting the country's trade imbalance. To correct this, new mining licenses now require a local processing plan, while a new bill mandates at least 30% value addition before export. The Raw Materials Research and Development Council revealed that only 25.2% value addition in 2023, far behind South Africa, Egypt, and Brazil. Experts say Nigeria loses billions in potential revenue and jobs by shipping out unprocessed goods with failed past programs like AFDB Export Stimulation Loan, underscoring the need for accountability and policy enforcement.
That's a good one. Yeah. I mean, the fact that we're just looking at the story this morning with regards to the fact that Nigeria is supposed to be the largest producer of cassava, but because we do not process locally, we have lost that power. And it's really quite unfortunate. But looking at this particular reform now, or looking at this particular policy that we're looking at, do you think that the local, businesses, do you think they're equipped for this? Because I think it's a very, very serious conversation. If we are going to say, oh, we must do this, we must do that, do we have the capacity for large-scale processing in the country?
Okay, currently, for some of our local firms, there's the perspective. Currently, we are not doing up to what we should be doing. Quite down
We're probably
there.
not even doing it, so please.
We're not doing. We're not doing good. So, but I like the fact that there's a new line of policy coming on, when we looked at the Ministry of Solid Minerals. And Minister Dele Alake is handling that. In 2024, Segun Tumori, who is the spokesperson for the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, said that Nigeria is only going to grant new mining licenses to local companies. And whilst giving them that, there's a condition for them to make sure that they present a formidable plan on how these minerals will be processed locally under new guidelines being developed. So that is good because there's a condition for that. In other words, when you are given that license, or before giving that license, as you apply for the license, we must see your plan. Not just seeing your plan, we must go to the area where some of those plans would have taken effect, would have materialized for us to see where are you going to do the mining. We also want to see the machinery, mining equipment that you as a mining company would have imported into the country. And the facilities where those mining equipment are domiciled for that mining purpose. The reason why they are doing this because they're not just doing mandating this local miners who are applying for that license,
yes, but
they are looking at, okay, it's purpose of spurring investment. They are also giving incentives.
Yes, but with this policy shifts now, because it's not just mining here now.
Yes, of course.
It's not just mining. There's so many other raw materials. There's also, hopefully, the agriculture sector as well. Do you think we have the capacity? I mean, just last year, the executive order came in as regards, okay, we're not banning certain items anymore. We're going to leave it for, you know, the rice millers in the country. But then when push came to shove, we realized that 80 to 90% of the rice, you know, producers in this country, they can't meet up the capacity. They don't even have one of the you know rule, or yes, one of the criteria that you have to meet up is you need to have a 2,000 ton milling capacity. They didn't have that. But now, if we're having a policy shift trying to discourage, you know, export of raw materials, do we have currently at this moment? Do you think that we have, you know, local SMEs that can meet up with that large scale?
I think that's the reason.
Processing capacity.
Okay, that's the reason for this shift.
And also our power sector.
Okay, yes. That's the reason. That's the reason for this shift.
Strong enough to
the government is straddling, making sure that it's standing on both legs. You do not have the capacity. You cannot come and apply for a license. Because
they've already given some licenses.
Yes, they have. And that means the conditions that they have laid down means that you need to uphold that license by meeting some of these conditions. If you have been given this license before and you are not able to meet up with the current conditions, it can be withdrawn because the government is giving you incentives. One, as a local miner, because I'm focusing on that industry. I'm focusing for that. I will open it. So now it's opening that sector because there are conditions in the sense that we are giving you this license. It should be for investment. We are supporting investment. Job creation will need to come into place. Now, if we are giving you this, you have to make sure that you meet. You should be able, if you are a foreigner, you should be able to. They are giving you the freedom to be able to repatriate your profit back to your country because they want you to be able to invest in our country because if you invest here, you're going to provide jobs for people.
What other incentive do you think, Mr. Olumide? Because for Dangote, for example, he had the opportunity of crude for Naira sale. Do you think such should also be considered before exporting any of these raw materials? Are there local processors who require this? Should that also come into play? You know,
what I'm also looking at is the high initial investment and capital requirements. Now, setting up processing plants and all this will require, you know, acquiring technology, training, you know, substantial capital investment. And if you look at it, it would attract, and of course, especially Nigerians' investment, it would attract credit. What is our interest rate? Now, you are talking about job creation and all that is going to benefit. What about the investor? What about the person who is putting so much money into this? What is he going to get at the end of the day?
What's in it for him?
Incentives, waiver.
What's the waiver?
You are importing mining equipment that we do not produce locally. When you import these machineries and this technology into the country, the government is giving you tax waiver for that.
They won't be importing mining equipment every year.
Yeah, but these are strong capital investment for the project. Because if you are to pay for that tax and without the government giving you waiver for it, it's going to increase your overhead. and the government is beating it down for you as an investor.
Okay,
and it's also giving you the permission to repatriate your profit back to yourself. Now, do remember that the normal turnover, yes, the normal turnover for a business within the 25 million and the 15 million also apply for this when it comes to tax. So they are going to enjoy from that. And when they enjoy from that, they have the financial capacity. That's not just one.
I don't think anybody
who's
spending all that money is looking at 25 million profits.
Exactly.
I don't think in the first instance.
Because we need to talk about how value addition, how will it be measured? How will it be verified?
One tractor going is how much?
The government has the conditions and the criteria for measurement.
The business owners need to know before they can go headlong.
I'm sure they do.
Now,
because there's some document that is available to them that is not even put in public domain, except you're a player in that field that you are, exposed to those documents.
A certain business owner went into the oil and gas sector some 2 years or so ago, and he made a statement sometime last year that if he had known what he knows now, he would not go into that industry. So I think it's only good, or I think it's only, common sense. Exactly, that people know what they're getting into. Yeah. Omoyo, what do you think? This is an economy where power is a major challenge. Yeah. It's a big challenge. I import this equipment and I can't make use of them. Yeah. Or I have to, my operational costs runs into hundreds of millions because I'm paying for energy.
Yeah. Yeah, so these are the things here. While it's a great, the vision and the mission of this it's a beautiful thing, and it's something that should be emulated. The reality on ground is even from not just from an investor's perspective, but also from what the business environment that the government have created for us to do business in that regard. It's tough, This is not the first time we're having things like this. Even in Vision 2020, there was something that put down us wanting to, what do you call it, process before you export, to prioritize processing before you export. And that's not the only one. In fact, there was also, let me look through it. There was also the National Industrial Revolution Plan, and that was part of it as well.
I think even the AFDB simulation loan was
also captured. So you ask yourself, why didn't those work? It's the same things that we're talking about, this energy of the thing. We don't have the infrastructure, and we don't have the regulatory capacity that's from the government angle to ensure that these things happen. So before we say these things and put it in the public domain again, we must get those things right.
I think sometimes when a private investor is going into business, he must have assessed both his financial capacity and the wherewithal that he has to be able to do that business effectively, because they know what exactly that they are going to gain. The government is not going to provide everything and at the same time give you a waiver.
No, but that's what about. We are just talking about tax.
I understand that, and I think the government has done some sort of enough to say we are going to give you a waiver for this, you are free to repatriate, we are repatriate your fund. If you are going to go in there, provide, if there is no power there, and we are talking about green energy, you can provide yourself some. If the government cannot get there, if in the plan and where you are locating your specific factory is not there,
it's almost like
you can locate. It's better.
It's like saying
than having it's better to have it here than to have it abroad. It's better to have it here than to have it abroad.
We might as well be the government and not the elections.
Yes. Unprocessed raw materials are processed into finished goods.
Please come again.
Now, let's say these unprocessed materials are processed into finished goods. Exporting it out would also cost higher tariffs, would bring higher tariffs. Are you aware of that?
In what sense?
Exporting it out.
Exporting?
Yes, you might.
Manufactured goods that we have added value out of the country.
How do you verify and measure value addition?
Value addition is just simple measurement that has gone through the process of manufacturing and transformation.
So how do you get it right to ensure that this person is going to make money after paying all of this?
The government is not responsible to teach you how to make money as a businessman.
The government is responsible to ensure that the economic climate in the country
the government is responsible for creating creating
if
the right
volatility
ecosystem.
in the economy
The government cannot teach you that this is how to go about your business for you to make profit. It has made its own little it has created its own little ecosystem that it can create. You as a smart businessman, Aliko Dangote that made that statement, I bet you is not losing now, he's making money. Because if we look at the countless number, what difference does it make?
And then
what difference does it make? It's not the first person. It's not the first one that jumped into it.
Hold on.
It's not.
Wait, into what?
He is not the first person. It's not the. There were modular refineries operating in this country. I know. They faced challenges. We are not making comparisons. However, we must put it in clear terms. He's not the first person that jumped in. Yes, his own came to limelight because of the capacity of the kind of project he'll be handling.
Which is what we're looking at here.
Yes, of course, it's no. It is not. It's not very large scale. These are artisanal miners also that will be coming for it. So it is even at the modular refinery level, as we are talking about mining. So even in agriculture, we were talking about agriculture last week and how they can participate in this by establishing or bringing mechanized agriculture into it. It's all the same thing. They are going to face challenges. Some of their farms are going to be attacked under security. The government is saddled with the responsibility of providing that security. We all know that. We know that the government has not done enough, but it doesn't mean that it's sitting idle.
Let me is the government ready, or is the power sector ready to support industrial scale processing?
Yes, that's where I was coming to. So let's say, for instance, I'm an investor and I want to invest in, let's say, one particular state. I go to that community, probably the community is not well developed. Now I have to develop a bit of that as part of corporate social responsibility. The roads are not good. I have to fix that road. Power outages, I have to do all that. And the only thing I get is tax.
There's a community in Osun State, they've not had life for 17 years.
And you're telling me the only thing I get in return is tax incentive.
It's okay.
Now,
that's not just
I run the risk.
That's just one. I mentioned about.
I don't even know if I'm going to make enough profit to be taxed. Do you even understand? Do you understand? I don't know.
So now it might result in finished goods getting higher prices or lower quality, either of the two.
Finished goods resulting in higher prices. First of all, okay, fine. You mentioned Osun State. They've not had lights and all of that. That's just part, not the whole of the state. A community in Osun State. Great. Now the thing is, it's not only in Osun State. It has happened somewhere. Even somewhere in the north, there's a community like that. First of all, please, you have representatives. You have senators. You have representatives.
So it's going back to the government. No, we're going back to the government.
When you say something is going back to the government,
we have
are you saying the federal government, Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will be responsible for fixing electricity or connecting a specific community? Just a moment. Sorry, just a moment. Are you saying Tinubu is not responsible for connecting one small community in Osun State to connect that particular thing to the national grid? When you have a senator, in the House of in the Senate that represents that community within the constituency, you have a member of the House of Representatives that came from that constituency, you have a member of the House of Assembly that came from that constituency, you have a member of the local government council, the chairman of the local government council, the councillor in that specific community. These are 4 institutional representatives at that community level who can speak to some of the stakeholders and some of the ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure that power is connected to such places. And when they don't stand up to their responsibility, we point out to the federal government. Why?
Why do we do
that? That is not national power. It is a constituency power that is regulated straight to a fragment of the community.
It's okay. We're not saying that we're putting all the expectations on the government, but of course, let us not forget that at the end of the day, whatever is obtainable comes from policies and reforms from this same government. We'll take another short break. I'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. Always see something. This is Souq business landscape.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannahs, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for Souq News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. to better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. Let's take more stories. Nigeria's total pension fund asset rose to 23,650 billion naira in April 2025, up from 23,330 billion naira in March, according to the National Pension Commission. The growth includes all approved pension schemes, closed administrators, and retirement saving accounts, with most investments still placed in federal government-backed securities such as bonds, treasury bills, Souq, and agency instruments. While this shows steady expansion, the Commission has called on pension fund administrators to diversify into alternative assets like infrastructure and private equity for higher returns. Fund 2 for contributors below 49 years remained the largest pool, and total retirement savings account registrations rose to 10,720,000 as of April.
So basically, what we're looking at here is a call for, diversification, because regularly when we put in our pension, these are usually invested in government securities.
Yes.
All right. And due to, regulatory bottlenecks and aversion as well, yeah, exactly, there's been concerns that maybe if we have, let's diversify, let's use this fund for something else other than this, then we should be able to earn more. And then you see more people coming into the pension savings fund, or if it's what or not. What do you think, Mr. Kumar? Do you think it's something that, or maybe let's stick with what we're sure and certain of, or you think maybe let's take some risk?
Well, risk itself is I would say, it's part of the lifeblood for every business. But I'm trying to see, when we make global comparisons, we could see that the Nigerian pension assets, that entity has not been really penetrated across the globe, and they felt that we could do more. And the reason why we have some sort of rise recently is so one of them can be attributed to the increase of salaries, and yes, it could be attributed to that, to the increase of salaries. So my perspective on this issue is the administration taking advantage of it.
Do you think it's safe for us to look into investing into infrastructure or private equity rather than trusted government securities? Do you think it's safe for them to start looking in that direction?
For trusted government securities, that is what I will advise for trusted government securities, because the thing is, government will definitely pay back. And if the government is going to definitely pay back, then the monies of these, I call them elder statesmen, whenever they are retired, is guaranteed that it's going to come back.
Because my pension is there. It's not only elder statesmen.
Yes, I know. So, but the thing is, when you leave it in the hands of this private investors and all of that, there's also, if when they start giving out the profits that came from the investment of this pension fund, there's a time gap with which these companies or these private entities are required to keep it back until probably it gets to that 6 years or 12 years time before it will be given back to the unremitted dividend mechanism and fund, which will now be in the hand of the government. So for us to trust the system, it should be in the hand of the government, because government will reinvest, use it for either infrastructure or put it in bonds to critical infrastructure.
These are all government securities.
And these are all government
Treasury
securities.
bills
So
and
I think that's our safest bet for now. Because sometimes...
Moyo, do you agree?
You know, I mean, this is what
let's diversify.
pension funds traditionally are for. Because the whole idea for pension funds is that, you know, when it's time for me to retire, I for sure have something to fall back
to.
Yeah. And with investments, it's all risk.
Yeah.
It's risk. And that's why even globally, it's usually government instrument backed. You know, that's what you invest in, because you know you will get your money back. You know, whether it's 90 days or 60 days treasury bills, whatever it is, you will get your money back. So it's dicey. At the end of the day, what we primarily would need is true experts who understand the market and know how far they can go just to up, you know, whatever returns they can get. And what is also good about this is we can see that, you know, the people making the contributions, their pension contributions, the numbers are growing day by day. And I love that majority of them are below the age of 49, because it tells you that so many more people are preparing for the future. And that's something that's good.
All right, so Mide, what do you think as regards, I mean, they've said, well, it's probably safer, let's leave it with the government, but then, has it really translated to national development, us, you know, having all of these funds available? I mean, just some time last year or years ago, we still have the fact that pensioners always come out, they cry out, especially, you know, people retired from civil service. You know, they come out and there's always complaints as regards access to their pension. So what do you think? Do you think this, what do you think this rising fund pool, has it translated to national development?
Well, clearly it hasn't. Also, I'm thinking, why not go into the capital market, the stock market? Is that possible? Talking about diversification. Yes, treasury bills and bonds are low risk, if you look at it. They are low risk. That's why, you know, the pension administrators believe that, okay, yes, let's give it to the federal government, let them do what they want to do with it. It's low risk, we get our money. And of course, they will pay. It's the federal government, they will pay. They can either print money or, I mean, look for any other means to pay back that money. So yes, you are guaranteed that you will get your money back. But yes, there are other investments, road, ports, infrastructure, so many things we can actually diversify into. But then again, it also boils down to risk, because just like you said, risk is the lifeblood of every business, and calculated risk is very necessary. But at the same time, we should not all just put all our investment into one pool when we can actually diversify into other things. The stock market, for instance, is something I think we can actually, you know, tap into.
So, Mr. Kumale, do you think that, you know, pension funds can play a role in solving Nigeria's infrastructure gap?
It can, if it is actually deployed for that purpose. If we do not have cases of misappropriation, if we do not have cases of mismanagement, if we do not have cases where some time ago, some few years back, one of these government functionaries from the northern part of the country was caught siphoning public pension funds, most especially. And even when he was arrested by the government, by security agencies, we got to hear later that he escaped through the borders of Niger Republic. That is not a good thing for the country. And that is, the thing is, these pension funds, they are just at the disposal of the government to quickly assess. So if we're having shortfall, instead of going through the means of ways and means, or instead of going for this endless borrowing from multinational organizations, we can quickly access that. And because we have the wherewithal to recreate that money again to pay back, which is the trust for which all of us are suggesting that government bonds will be the best platform, they should access it. Some of the dilapidated infrastructure that we have in our ports, including our airports and our seaport, should be upgraded. Some of the roads that will facilitate to the agriculture, the farm, and to bring the produce from that to the urban cities should be put in place. And even if, yes, including tourism, if the government at the end of the day recognize the potential of that and it contributes to national development, we can do that.
Well, it's a win for everybody. It's a win for you. It's a win for the government as well. If we can all pay attention to, you know, pension funding, pension savings, retirement scheme, basically. And the fact that, you know, the fund pool is growing, it means that a lot more people are taking advantage of, the pension fund pool. Let's move on now to the next story.
All right, so let's take the last story. Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo have signed a peace agreement brokered by the United States, raising hopes of ending a violent conflict that has displaced hundreds of thousands this year. The deal signed in Washington in the presence of President Donald Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio outlines a 90-day timeline for Rwandan troops to withdraw from eastern Congo and for both nations to launch a regional economic integration framework. The agreement, dubbed the Washington Accord, includes plans of jointly manage critical mineral supply chains and attract Western investment to the resources-rich region. It also establishes a security coordination mechanism within 30 days and supports ongoing mediation efforts in Qatar. Analysts say U.S. involvement will be crucial in ensuring compliance and stability across the mineral-dependent region.
Well, I really don't know. There's a lot to actually unpack from this particular story. There's a lot to actually look into. Eastern Congo has seen decades of violence linked to ethnic conflict. Rwanda has also been accused of backing armed groups in the region. And past peace efforts are fought due to lack of enforcement. How do we trust this particular 90-day, peace deal now? Is there something to look forward to? Because we have had past, peace brokers, yes, between both Rwanda and Congo, but they failed in the past.
I think this one is going to stand the test of time, given the personality that is involved in Washington.
It's just there for 3 years.
Well,
just 3 years
it's
which is very
in the fact that
unlikely.
I think most times it will. When I look at the personality involved, is the kind of person that, hey, you can call off the bluff of both parties. Like, hey, do you agree or do you not agree? And we have conditions that, sorry.
Just last week, Israel didn't care.
Exactly.
Just last week, Israel didn't care.
Well, that's on that specific case.
Let's not forget that this raw material is the main issue that even started.
It's for the EVs.
Yes, we know, because Congo is always, I wouldn't say it's always, was accusing the Rwandan government of supporting the M23 rebel group, which is at the north of the DRC. It's okay. My problem is when the United States and China was having the economic tariff war and they want to have a negotiation to strike a peace deal, they went to London. So when this was happening, the African Union should have taken a hold of this.
Should have. But did not.
They did not, or probably maybe they tried, but they did not have the political will or to sway their attention. Now, they are going to US, they'll be going to Qatar. Why can't we do it in Nigeria? Why can't we is Nigeria playing a role where we have been suspected of being partial or taking the position of one of the parties? I don't think so. I don't think so. But we should have done that. Why can't Ethiopia be consulted? Why can't we go to South Africa? Or why can't we visit any other country within the continent of Africa? 52 countries or 55 thereabout?
Yeah, but maybe because it is the US that is brokering the deal.
So a leader in the continent of Africa should have taken up the initiative to want to broker the deal, to end the trust of both parties. And we see that lacking, and that is not good for geopolitics, because it means that no country in Africa can pull that weight. And it is bad. It's bad because the United States is coming in. They're not just coming in. As they're coming in, they're going to make sure they strike a good deal with Rwanda and with Congo. And will take advantage of it and make sure that this raw material that they are trying to protect, some of it can be.
You mentioned something just now as regards, the part that China plays. Let's look at, China also has mining activities in Congo. Yeah. Do you think this is going to impact? I mean, the fact that U.S. and China already have some tariff back and forth as well. Do you think this is China is going to, come into play in this particular one? As be the fact that China has mining activities in Congo.
Well, I'm also, apart from China, I'm looking at a situation whereby there might be a lack of trust, both countries, especially the DRC.
Who are they not trusting? The US
themselves.
Or themselves?
Themselves.
The broker is there for them to trust.
And I feel the 90-day period is too short.
Well, for the locals,
the 90-day
it's a
deadline.
lot.
You know, they may
For the
For
locals,
them, it might be a lot for
it's
them.
a lot for the locals.
That's 3 months.
That's 3 months of not having to run for your life, or not having to
People dying.
of people dying. You know.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, but this is just yesterday or so. You know, there was a father, a grandfather, a father, and a son that they also brokered their own deal, and everybody is now happy in a certain part of this great country of
So
ours.
these people, am I missing something?
Moving on, but the point is, the point here is, hope that this would not be a situation of the grass under 2 elephants, because China has stakes in Congo.
Okay, so one specific thing that should be brought to mind is this: the DRC and Rwanda, they also have some sort of potential when it comes to raw earth resources.
That's why they're fighting.
Which is
That's what
domiciled
caused the fight.
in that specific
Yes.
border. And do remember that one of the part where China can hold the United States at the jugular when it comes to this trade war is because they have some sort of in control globally when it comes to rare earth resources. So if the United States is in this picture to broker peace between these two parties, it could mean that they could use that diplomatic relationship to, penetrate this relationship and really have some form of access to these raw earth resources that China also had, and diversify their access to these raw earth resources, which is good for the manufacturing of defense instruments and manufacturing of other tech gadget. And some of them, like we have cobalt, we have coltan, and we have tantalum, which are raw earth resources. So if the United States is brokering this peace, I'm sure that they could have access to these things. And it will be good because it will stand the chance to shoulder to shoulder with China that, hey, we have diversified. Though you're still going to be a partner, we're going to import raw earth resources from you, but we still have some from where to tilt to when it comes
the question now is, does that leave Rwanda and Congo as puppets for the USA?
Neocolonialism seems to be at play here.
Give yourself away.
No.
I
understand what you're saying. Obviously, they have a share in the blame for that. But I'm just saying, from a holistic perspective, it's rather disappointing and it's sad because the trajectory that this is going to go, now they will become tools in the battle between China and Russia and whatever. Also, the big question.
I like this country.
Also, the big question here.
I like this country.
The big question here is why are countries having disputes, and somehow Donald Trump and the U.S. feel like they are the jury and the executioner that have to come to everybody's rescue.
Because
who gave them that power, and why are we letting that power continue?
I love that question.
Why is Trump so much
involved in everybody's business?
Has made some derogatory statements about Africans.
On every day, he loves
in Africa.
He loves to hit us
themselves down there to broker peace between themselves. How is that Trump's fault?
I think that's where he's coming from.
That's where
Mr. Frey is coming from as regards that. Why do we not have, there are so many other countries in Central Africa that could have come into play. Let's say Nigeria is far, is in West Africa, because Nigeria can barely hold its big brother status in ECOWAS as it is now. We're struggling.
Nigeria is past glory. Let's keep it.
Nigeria is not a past glory.
No, we're not past glory. The big brother status.
That big brother status.
Do we still have
the last time we had that was 9
we have 3 countries that have left the ECOWAS now, trying to form Sahel states.
I know it had plummeted.
Yes.
I know it had plummeted, but you know what? We still have it.
The only thing
we still have it.
Nigeria has not been able to
send
speak.
justices to go and be their chief justice in one war.
Nigeria has not been able to speak into the Niger situation, into the Cameroon situation, the Burkina Faso, the Mali situation. Nigeria has not been able to speak into any of the situation. Nigeria has its own internal conflict as well, which may or may not be political.
There's no need to be sentimental about it.
But the truth of the matter is, why do we not have that togetherness?
In the continent of Africa.
In the continent of Africa.
So
because you won't see Donald Trump jumping into a situation in Europe. They have their heads together.
That's a germane
Even when
point.
he tried to step in, Israel was like, well, you're talking to yourself. We're going to do what we're going to do.
That's a germane point. Now, the United States is taking its place in geopolitics
place?
and its global politics. You take it.
He sounds like the post spokesman, like the Washington spokesman.
For the fact that you do not take power, you take it. See, the global realm in international system, the international system politics, there, ethics is lacking in there, and these leaders take advantage of the lack of ethics, but you come out and make some statements that will make them turn their heads and look at you. Now, this man, the man in Burkina Faso, though he came to the reign, he got the reins of power through the back door, but he's making some bold statements by his body moves that people tend to look at him twice. You have a democratically elected president in our country. They should be able to make those moves, most especially with the kind of status that we have and the way Africa look at us. If Rwanda and DRC Congo are doing this, and President Tinubu takes a specific position and consistently and constantly intervenes through the office of the foreign minister, Yusuf Tuga, in issues like this. Let me tell you something. It could be that we have a conversation around this, or some of these negotiation activities could say, okay, let's go have this. Let's have one of the foreign ministers in one of these countries pay President Tinubu a visit.
We don't even have ambassadors at this time. So
you see, those are the
we don't even have ambassadors in Nigeria at this time.
We are not, we as a country, and it's a leadership problem. It's a leadership problem. And the leadership or Nigerian political leaders have not been able to exploit that geopolitics vacuum that is lacking in Africa, and we've not been able to come forth. The day we will come forth, we are going to make a very huge statement.
I want to also agree with Priye and the fact that when U.S. tried to, invade in Israel and what's going on, we saw what happened. So, like Priye is saying, I mean, U.S. offered to broker peace and they agreed. They could have said, no, U.S., you're not in a position. Let's sort this thing out ourselves. But they agreed. So, yes, some of the blame would also go to these nations too. We cannot say that yes, and U.S. definitely would not step in if they do not have some selfish interest. Let's all be.
Thank you very much. It's a genuine interest. It's not selfish interest. We have a market there.
Relax.
Please, can I just? I'm sorry. I'm so
it's
sorry.
Self-serving. You say it's
selfish.
very self-serving. Of course, it's self-serving.
I'm going to be very, very quick in this. Speaking to an expert in international relations, he said something the day, even though it's debatable, because when we look at it on two sides, morally, it could be wrong. Yes. When this problem happened in Mali, where there was a topple of government, in Burkina Faso and all of that, they consulted the African, and Tinubu was at the edge as the chairman. Should we go in? Should we not? Should we not go in? And Africa is saying that make 70%, and they were saying that make 70% of the military.
In this country,
70% of the military.
Should we or should we not?
No. When I say should we, when I mean like, okay, there's a formulation of military to go in and settle the situation, and they felt that okay, Nigeria should have. Provide 70%.
Power in the first
no, 70% of our military, 70% of the military that is required for that mission should be provided by Nigeria. The expert said Nigeria should have taken it, and I asked why, and he said because if we had taken it, 70% of our military will be covering all those areas where we have raw earth and mineral resources in some of these three countries, and if we do that, we siphon it back to our country and
oh my goodness,
yes,
what am I listening to?
Please, that we can do that, and that will make us rich. But you know what? The Western people, the Western leadership that do that, do they do that? Yes, of course they do that, because they make away with the raw materials when they have food soldiers on ground. Because international politics is quite complex, and we are denying ourselves to be at the end of affairs when it comes to the continent of Africa, and that vacuum is very, very wide. But someone else will take it. Someone else will take it one day, and that's when we will fall completely from the position of being the giant of Africa.
I think I don't know at this point. I don't know if we're still there, but
I think we are there.
It's debatable.
It is not even debatable. We will
come back again.
We will get there.
Okay, he's saying we are. You're saying we will get there.
I said we are, and yes, I know we are performing below that, but I know we are. It's just for the leadership impetus to really move
Mr.
into
Kumale,
that. Yes.
Niger is just 2 seconds away from us. We're not able to step into that situation, but it's okay.
Not as a country, but as the chairman of ECOWAS, the
even
leadership.
As a country, the essence of being a big brother is
as a country, there is a law that says you have to respect the sovereignty of every nation, and Nigeria has done quite well by standing up to that.
Respected the sovereignty
the US did not force itself without any cause. Look at every situation where the US had got themselves involved. There is a reason for them to step in. There is a reason. Check it.
But it's okay.
Check it.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. It's been quite an amazing, journey on Souq Business Landscape today, from the digital economy conversation to pension, and to local processing, if it's something that we're up for in this country, and finally wrapping things up with Congo, Rwanda. Whether or not Nigeria still has the capacity to play its big brother role, it's still highly up for debate. My name is Omobola Sandra. Thank you for staying with us, and to my left.
Yeah. Moya Sarah DB here. Thank you so much for watching Souq Business Landscape today. You can follow me on all social media platforms at Moyo Lagos.
And also...
And I am Olumide Shoko. You can also follow me on Instagram, Media Juggernaut.
Okay, so for me, I think Nigeria is the giant of Africa and still is. And I'm saying that with all sense of responsibility because I know what exactly it is. Thanks for being with us on Souq Business Landscape.
As you should. Join us again tomorrow for another riveting edition of Souq Business Landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq Business Landscape.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of role, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound. They're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We'll just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. Media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers are a disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion and
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, you know, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sport. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now, we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, you know, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So now you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. And I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issue is we've got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world.
in Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate, but the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love, you understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers and they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they have baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. Exactly. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Fortunately, I did not experience it because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the area that we have to work on because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way, way ahead of some developed countries because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. Well, the quotation. Yeah. That's our society. That's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have fought that. You know, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly. 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that, and I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our society and our country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you are come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be rude, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely difficult. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Yeah. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo-Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? But I did talk about Kikiri. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo-Iweala the same. We have a lot.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar. It has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't do music much time. So we used to have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals in their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activities threaten this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd, a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. wildlife conservation finance, investing in people and planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods, because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
A very good afternoon to you. Many thanks for joining us. Welcome to Souq News Television. We'll bring you the world news from our station. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. First, let's begin with today's top stories. The federal government of Nigeria suspends 25 million naira financial reporting Council of Nigeria levy indefinitely amid private sector backlash. Now, 1.6 trillion naira disbursed to states. Questions mount over spending transparency. In oil and gas, Dangote Petroleum Refinery plans to save Nigeria 1.7 trillion naira yearly. And Afrexim Bank's $5 billion textile hub is built to create 250,000 jobs in Nigeria. Welcome once again to the World News. Now we begin from the home front, where the federal government says that the suspension of the controversial 25 million naira levy by the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria will remain in place until further notice. The move, according to the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, is part of ongoing efforts to review the amended Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria Act of 2023, which had sparked backlash from the private sector. The levy, originally imposed on public interest entities, many of them large private companies, was criticized as a financial burden. To ease tension, the ministry has directed the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria to cap the dues at 25 million naira, aligning with what listed companies pay. Oduwole added that a stakeholder committee had already submitted a report to the president, and any permanent changes will follow further consultations and legislative input from the Ministry of Justice. The government says its focus remains on creating a fair and pro-business regulatory environment, according to reports. Now, over the past 15 months, the federal government has disbursed a total of 1.6 trillion naira to states and the Federal Capital Territory to support infrastructure and security projects. The funds drawn from non-oil revenue savings were disbursed under a special intervention program aimed at easing fiscal pressure on states and speeding up grassroots development. The payment followed a steady monthly pattern, typically in tranches of 100 billion naira. The intervention was part of a broader push by President Bola Tinubu's administration to cushion the impact of fuel subsidy removal and promote investment in roads, power, education, and health care. However, a recent document from the Office of the Accountant General shows that only 100 billion naira remains from the 1.7 trillion naira saved. Despite the massive disbursements, questions are being asked. We're going to break. I'll be back shortly with the World News, to stay with us.